Aloha. How we doing, chaps? Randy, 4 hours early. I appreciate it. SP and Paco with the noobs. It's absolutely fine. I'm not going to take any offense to any of that whatsoever. Today, we're going to be doing tier lists. We've got 4 to do. I've just come out of a bath. I was in there for about an hour and a half in the end. Don't ask me why. I don't quite know how it happened. But it is what it is. So, one second. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I've got all my heroes printed out. We'll see what we think. I want to try and get to a consensus with it, to be honest. I appreciate not everyone's going to have the same opinion as me, but I think we can get there. Wait for some more people to get in. Out of interest, it says there's one person. Who's the one person so far? And this shows why I don't normally stream, not on Fridays. We normally struggle during the week. But even if we don't get many people, it's not a problem, because I was going to do this anyway. But what I can say is, people that then moan about it, I can say, well, you could have had an input and you decided against it. So it's absolutely your fault. We are going to do trans today as well. Trans lives matter. So that's something we've got to take into... I don't know why I said that. So that's something we've got to take into account. And I think the first one that I want to do is the general tier list, because I feel like that should be the easiest one to do. The general tier list won't include trans heroes, because I can get more engagement doing it another way. Maybe what will be the easiest is to start top down. Maybe it's the easiest to start top down. Even just say, turn around and say, well, we know the ones that would definitely be there. Definitely be there. For instance, Arbe, Eloise. Just because I don't like Eloise doesn't mean she's not elite. I just don't think she's as good as everyone says. So we'll start at the top and we'll work our way through. Because what I'm planning on doing is then doing obviously a video based off of what gets kind of picked today. What did I just do there? I've got to make sure I don't, there you go, duplicate it. There was quicker ways of doing this. This is the way I decided to go for. This is the easiest way out of the different ones I tried. The reason I'm talking quite a bit with only a couple of people here is just because there'll be people that watch the VODs of this. So even though there's not as many people at the start, we'll get there with it. So who else have we got here? See, like, I think Betty's great. I genuinely think she's great as a base hero. I think she's massively underrated. Someone said to her about her in the Discord earlier, and they said, is she good? I said, fuck yeah, she's good. Right. Because I said with her, it's her twines are like brutal. She does a counter twine. I mean, the problem is, right, when you've got these base heroes, it's all an irrelevance anyway. Because the second you get to Wukong, you ain't using these guys. But we're still going to take it as though people will. You never know who's gonna turn up and watch and what they want to do. If the quiz's going to be elite as well. Defo. I don't know enough about Core Basilisk to make him elite. I don't think he will be. I think he'll probably go into solid. Maybe niche. Does speed matter? Well, obviously speed matters. Does it matter so much when we're talking about base game, early game? Because he manips speed still. I just don't know if that makes enough to turn around and say, oh, he's going to be massively valid, you know? So why can't I go on there? Hold on a minute. Why is my phone brighter than the sun? So we've got, let's duplicate that. We'll dupe that. Do it a sensible way. And then we'll get Field, because obviously Field's forever food, which is a shame. I don't know why it's a shame. I don't obviously like him, but I just feel like some of the older heroes could do us some love. It ain't going to be from me, I can tell you that much. That's a lie. Actually, there's a couple that are going to get some love. Like 100% there's a couple that are going to get some love. Which we'll get to in a sec. So they're all fine. They're all fine. They're all fine. I said we're going to go through and we're going to do elites first. Holmes Young, obviously. Goes in elite. Off the list. I mean, Madeline looks really good. We'll put her in elite because I feel like with Madeline, at the very least, because she has follow-up attacks, it's like the whole Garuda thing, and Holmes Young, and Wukong. If she's like your first hero, it would be interesting to see what happens with Barry's account. I haven't seen any videos. Someone said that he has a habit of starting accounts and then not seeing them through. I don't know if that's what he's done with Madeline. But it'd be interesting to see, because she does follow-up attacks, if she's your most powerful hero, i.e. she's your first main carry, then I just feel like she's going to be strong anyway. Because even if you've got 6 absolute shitheads next to her, she's going to follow up on all their attacks. Yeah, see, there's a couple of basic heroes here that aren't going to be in the food tier as I'm going through and seeing them, which is always fun to look at. We'll go right to... Do you know what? We'll go right to left. See, I'd love to put Gloria up there. I can't. Obviously, Heart Watcher gets in there. Obviously, she gets in there. Heart Watcher's fun. She'll go in elite. She'll do good. Because she's elite, isn't she? Heart Watcher. Who else have we got here? Oh, I'd love to put Flora there, but I don't think it's fair, just because I really like her. Rogan? Does Rogan deserve it? I feel like people talk about him for Sealland. I suppose there's not many other options for Sealland unless you're going down the Garuda path. I presume she can clear it. He's absolute terror early game. I remember coming up across... I can't remember who we had with him. It was 2 Rogans and something else. It might have been a Drake or something in Brave Trial. Just shredded me over and over again. And I couldn't, no matter how many gems I spent to buy more boosts, couldn't beat him. Couldn't beat him. I actually feel like, no, because I didn't beat them. That was one of my runs where I spent like 10,000 gems and just didn't do it. The good old days. The good old days. I'm so happy I'm not doing that anymore. Brave Trial is one of the things that makes me not want to do it ever again. Like early game. Because it was so horrible. Like, it was just devastating. And I feel like a game mode should be fun. And it wasn't fun. I don't know what other people think about Brave Trial. I suppose that's why they got rid of it. I don't know why they didn't permanently get rid of it. The only thing that replaces it, and this is the thing that I kind of thought, oh, why have I done that? Is because shut the Garuda. She's not elite though, is she? No, we'll wait. Ignis obviously elite. The only thing it does is unlock Brave Trial. So it's like, is unlock Super Wishing Coin event. So there was no, and I knew this, right? Obviously, I knew this. I knew that it wasn't essential that I'd done it. And yet I was still like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to spend all these fucking gems. To be fair, this is getting too crowded. You can't have this many elites, I don't think. I think that's too many. We'll keep on going through. And then once we get through to the end, we'll see where we're at. And we can always obviously change it up from there. It makes no sense to have 20 elite heroes. Because therefore they're not elite, right? It's where the tough decisions come in. The type of decisions that are going to get me hateful, spiteful comments when the tier list drops. I've said it before, I said it again. I hate the fact that my two most popular videos are like my first two. It was the two tier lists. Can't stand that. Absolutely abhor the fact that my first two horrific videos where I was reading off a script, literally reading off a script, are my most popular ones. But what can you do, eh? What can you do? Armin Ra, I mean, she's cheese. I don't think she goes in elite. And it's like, same as Aspen. I think Aspen's overrated as a base hero. I think he's overrated. So I'm not going to put him there. Carry, because carry, 100%. And to be fair, I think Drakey Boy as well probably gets that spot too. Probably gets that spot. Yeah, I reckon they would. So we can change this up because, as I said, you can't have an elite tier with 55 people in it. Participation trophies and all that. We don't believe in that nonsense. Not in this house. Vespera, Dark Arthendal. Hey Dan, how you doing, bro? Well, listen, you're early because you're one of the only people here. You're the first person that's commented during the stream. Luckily, because to be fair, if this was an event stream, I don't normally stream on Mondays, which is another problem, right? If this was an event stream, I probably would have packed it in. But because it's tier lists and I can just talk to myself quite happily, we're staying strong and we're going through it. But I hope you're doing well. I don't know if I want Ada. Ada's so good. So good. I'll have to look in. I've got the game open on my left. So I will check that out in a minute. Because obviously the negative thing is I'm thinking of them all as trans heroes. I'm not. I know that's not what I'm doing. But knowing like how strong they are. Like Vulcan, is Vulcan really good as a base hero? I don't know. I know he still nukes. Is that as viable? Do you need to be that nukey early game? Well, I already know the answer to that is no. That's why Louise does really well, and that's why she can't later on, right? But I know Wukong does. Again, he does a stupid amount. I mean, he doesn't have. I think he's the only hero that doesn't have any of those passive skill boosts. I'm pretty sure he is. Like you get trans heroes, obviously you get what's it called? You get the imprints. So they have 4 skills and an imprint. That's what Wukong has, just minus the imprints. He doesn't need them because he's so strong. And follow-up attacks are insane. Jason, how you doing, dude? Williams carried you to 7-1. I'm at 7-1 at the moment. Fucking hell. Absolute hell. And the thing is, I haven't put loads of time and effort into it. Because it's one of those things, I feel like if I put loads of time and effort into it and I don't end up getting there, I'll be so angry. And it's like, do I care? At the moment that I haven't passed 7-1-1, not really. But yeah, it's hateful. Absolutely hateful. And Jason, you're minus 11 degrees. -11. Where do you live, my friend? Must be like Canada. You said Celsius rather than Fahrenheit. I don't know if you were just being nice to me. Oh, Dan, 100%. Like that's like an artificial roadblock, because once you get past that, you breeze through for a bit. Same as the other waves. But it's just frustrating. I've got some imprint infusions to do on Bazzy Boy. Once they're done, I should be able to force my way through. I've got like 3 or 4. Missouri. Do you know what? Colour me ignorant. I did not realise that in Missouri it got that cold. I thought it was hot all the time. I thought it was like deep south, horrible humid heat. To be fair, a lot of what I've gained from Missouri is from Modern Family and Cam. Farmer territory. And you were saying you're working outside. In truth, right, I've worked outside in the cold, never that temperature. But I've worked outside and it would have been -1 or 2 degrees at the coldest. And I'm naturally a warm person, so the cold that didn't faze me because I was kept really hot from working. I suppose it depends what work you're doing. And as I said, -11, like you've got to be careful of your hands and your feet at that point, haven't you? Like frostbite. I said -1. I managed to keep the warmth going. Right, that's the elite tier. I don't see. Here's the problem. We're ignoring the trans at the moment. Ignoring them. They get more than enough attention as it is. Why is that doing that? So we're going to put them there. See, I don't know. Any more of these deserve to be in there, because Melissa and Freya are strong. Hey Nick, how you doing? That's a new name. Obviously I've heard the name Nick before, just to clarify. A new name in the stream. I hope you're doing well, man. You beat it and you got up to 745. Yeah. And I know, because Halura just becomes an absolute pain because of her Queen's Guard, right? The counter attacks. But yes, you've gone from 711 to 745. What a massive jump. Cattle got to eat. I love the fact you're a farmer, Jason. I love how I've got a farmer watching. Not watching, listening, probably. You got me in your ear while you're working. I don't think there's many tougher jobs than farming. Got to be farm tough. Can't just wake up and be like, oh, I don't feel very well today. I'm not going to look after the animals. It doesn't work, does it? Yeah, counter attacks are rough, Nick. And Queen, I mean, it's a shame because I say it's a shame. It's just part of it. You kind of lose that power. Like when you first get Queen as one of your trans heroes, providing you've done it quite soon, the counter attacks are really nice, like for you to do. But then obviously they quickly kind of run out of juice a little bit. But yeah, going against the stupid Void campaign heroes, brutal. Right, we're going to the next tier. What did I call it? Solid. I feel like some of these are going to drop down. I feel like you're going to drop down. You're going to drop down. That's Betty and Rogan are dropping down. But do you know what? I mean, I've put Ithaca in elite, but I suppose for base hero she is, right? She's elite. Like, I don't know what else you'd call her. She's devastating. None of the new heroes really touch her. Waldeck still has to be considered it. Drake, Carrie, Olivia, Heartwatcher. So they're like your 9 stars or 10 stars. And I know obviously they get higher ranked as you go. And then they're your base. So we'll put them into, I mean, Tix kind of goes in between, doesn't he? They're like your mains. It's interesting there's no supports in elite other than obviously these guys, but as I said, these are more all over heroes. Madeline's obviously support and Tix kind of fills the void of both, doesn't he? Kind of floats in between. Yeah, Jason, the problem is, man, Aspen, if he can't one-shot, it's funny, I was talking on Discord to people earlier about this. Obviously, if he's not one-shotting, he doesn't get the spillover damage. And admittedly, I thought Aspen can get further than 5-3, but you will commonly find people say that he don't get past 7 or 8, chapter 7 or 8. So maybe you've just hit a wall a bit soon, but because they're so tanky, if he's not doing the overspill damage, he's doing a goal. So even though he's good for bosses, etc., you just got to be a little bit careful with him. The nice thing is that with Queen and Elena, who I presume you've also got as tenants, they're transferable to other heroes as tenants and just in the game. Is he, out of interest, I don't want to get in your way of your working, is Aspen Destiny on yours? So let's add some more in. None of these. Could you say Penny's solid? I would say Penny's solid because ultimately she still hits. She still hits really hard. And though obviously she's kind of phased out because she's not trans, I feel like she's a solid hero. I mean, you could still run her as your first E5. 100% you could run her as your first E5. She's very self-sufficient. Very self-sufficient. Do you like it, Paco? Bastard. What I do is, I just get Eloise's picture. I just go like that. That's what I do. It wakes me up in the morning. Looking at her face. Destiny 3. Yeah, keep it going. As I said, there's no... I don't really see the negative side in having Aspen because you've still got him for boss fights. So for me, it's no issue to have him. But just be aware he does run out of steam compared to others. See, I feel like Onkirimaru... Because Onkirimaru is a great tenant... No, we're not. We're not going to include him in Solid. My digital footprint's fucked, bro. Listen, on a serious note, right? And you know, I was legitimately worried when they turned around and said that PlayStation got hacked and they were leaking. And to be fair, they did get hacked and stuff was leaked, like the chat logs and stuff like that. I thought I was cooked, bro. Nothing illegal, but I thought I was gonna be in serious trouble. And then I also thought at the same time, like I said to people I used to play with, they're not interested in us. They're talking about the weird shit we talk about. They're interested in like criminals, even if some of the stuff bordered on it. Mate, as I said, I have, and it's right. I am a relatively wholesome person. Especially as I've gotten older. But like, have got some fucking horrendous opinions. Nothing, not the immediate things you'd fucking think of. But when you're with the boys, you're just chatting shit. Yeah, some stuff that gets said is fucking nuts. But it just used to happen. Yeah. Yeah, my friend Kyle never used to want to use it. He used to be really concerned. Like, he would never want to say anything over Messenger either. And it's like, bro, they don't care that you sell weed. Like, they're not interested in that. They're not going to come after you. I promise you, they're not going to use the nation's resources to track your weed smoking ass down. But yeah. Nah, dude, Jason, Ignatia can be used to cheese a couple of bits, I've heard. But she's the worst trans hero in the game. However, if you're just using her as a tenant, doesn't matter. Like, if you've got 6, 7, 8, 9 trans heroes and you're just building out to make your team stronger, then fine. But like, don't have interest. Who's William's other one then? Oh, hey Sandy, how you doing? Right. let me just. It's like when people are worried, right? I've never really understood this. When people get worried about like police or the government knowing information about you, and it's like, what are they going to do with the information? what am I worried about? Did you say William? Who did you say? Oh, Wukong's tenants. Sorry, bro. I'm looking at the wrong one here. Who's Wukong's tenants? Azrael, Ignatia. Oh, yeah, Yom Tum. Fucking hell, that's horrendous, isn't it? That's horrendous. I mean, you would do... I'm presuming Azrael is a... Oh, why am I presuming that? That's a dangerous thing to presume, isn't it? Because mages are far better than priests. I don't know what Azrael is off bat. What is Azrael? He's an assassin. Yeah, of course he is. What was I even saying there? You would use Ignatia because she's better as a tenant. But you wouldn't use him to... Yeah. Pac-Man. Listen. I have a 6-year-old boy. I spend my whole life 6-7ing, whether you like it or not. And I actually find it quite funny. And I've also realised how often I use 6 next to 7 in normal conversation. So, yeah, I'm always doing it. I'm always juggling the 6 and 7s, whether you like it or not. Hey, Benlix, how you doing, dude? Hey, Kay. That's it. 6 or 7. He's nearly 7, so he's like 6, 7. No, it's terrible. I can't help it. I just think it's a very inoffensive meme that means nothing. So why some people get like really uptight about it, and it's like, why? It legit means nothing. So let's not worry about it. Hey Gusk, how you doing, dude? Gusk. Do you know what? Gusk, out of interest, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. I don't think I've seen you chat in the chat before. But when Ali was giving out their memberships the other day, yours was the name that stood out to me because I was like, I don't recognise that name. And we were like, oh, the lurkers are getting memberships. But it's nice to see it. And apologies if you have commented before and I haven't really... I'm normally quite good at memorising. 6, 7 literally means nothing. It's like, apparently, and I don't really remember this, my age group used to do 21, and I don't remember that. Maybe it was an American thing. Again, just nothing. It just means nothing. And if anything, I do think that's phenomenal, right? Like, that you've got a meme that means nothing. Because how do you explain it? You can't. It just means nothing. And yet it's gripped the entire world of 6-year-olds. Zentros. Yeah, but, bro, listen. It's the first ever meme that 6-year-olds get. And the fantastic thing with it, as I said, someone with a 6-year-old, nearly 7, is that they're not smart enough to understand memes. So the fact that it's a meme that means nothing is brilliant because they don't have to be able to understand it. They can just say it and they find it hilarious. I'm a joyful person. So watching kids get joy that easily for doing fuck all, I think it's really funny. I also do think it's funny how much it annoys people for no reason. Like, why does it annoy you that people saying 6, 7? I get why like teachers would get annoyed. But I mean, my answer to it is just say it all the time because the kids don't find it funny if you find it funny. But you know, that's the way I would do it. Oh, no worries, Gus. As it wasn't hate at all. I'm more than happy to have you here. I'm more than happy for all you lurkers. It was just like, I didn't recognise the name. And then when it came up, I was like, we got him. We found him. Yeah, you need to get extra speed, bro. And that's absolutely fine. Listen, I have no issue with it whatsoever, dude. I have no issue with obviously, I have no issue with the lurkers whatsoever. I used to know, there was some people that say, and I used to do it all the time. When I was doing daily uploads at the beginning, and I was doing my account playthroughs, they just, this sounds really, can't think of the word. Big-headed, ironic, size of my dome. They just used to like listening to me talk. So they just had me on in the background, weren't even watching what I was doing. I was like the radio to them. And that's great. I always love that. I'll be anyone's radio anytime. My day with the boy went well. Now, speaking of 6-year-olds, he's going through a phase, right? He has a tablet, I know. And he's going through a phase of every time he thinks of something, he Googles it. Or he YouTubes it, which is great because he doesn't just ask us, he finds out for himself. Now, this has created a problem. The kid has like a million facts in his head, some of which are facts, some aren't, some get intertwined together. So he starts like every conversation with, did you know this? Or did you know? It's like, did I know what? And then he will spill out a fact and you're like, no, I didn't know that, Ted. I didn't know that. He's like, oh yeah. And that's the end of the conversation. But sometimes they're right, sometimes they're not right. Hey Leaf, how you doing, bro? Yeah, that's the normal spelling of Leaf, not Leaf Eckhart. No, not Leaf Filtrum. Leaf Eckhart? What Grimmer level am I? I have no idea. No, sorry, I've lied, and I've got it on the other screen here. Sorry, to be fair, Pendix, let me have a look. I think I'm 75. Yeah, 75. I haven't got the E5s, dude. I haven't got the E5s. You hear it at school, Kay? Well, you're like 18, 17, 18. Ah, yeah, but Paco, that to be fair, right, I will say something about my boy's facts. They are interesting. But what he'll do is he'll interrupt what you're doing to tell you about a never-ending burning hole in Turkmenistan. And you're like, wow, that's really fascinating. But like, I'm trying to eat my food. So can you just go away? Like, or I'll be driving. And to be fair, I should record myself driving because that's when he brings out the best facts, right? I can guarantee you when we're driving, just me and him, he sits there quite quiet because I like to I like to be quite quiet when I'm driving. I like to try and concentrate. And but then we end up having the best conversations. And what goes on in his head, I will never know. Because I said, you've just got this 6-year-old who we always used to think was, to be fair, he was always pretty stupid. And I know that 4 or 5-year-olds, 4 or 5, are always going to be pretty stupid. But he was pretty stupid for a 4 or 5-year-old. But he's now really intelligent, and it's just very hard to keep up with him. But yeah, he's fantastic. We played. So what did we do today? We went clothes shopping for him. We went to Argos, and we went to Smith Toy Superstore. We went to Morrison's to get some lunch, and then we went to the park to play some footy. And then we built some Lego when he got home that we bought at Smith's. But I hate Lego with a passion. Any of you guys out there that love Lego, I can see why people like it. I just can't stand the thing. I cannot stand it, bro. I think it's bear in mind, my hobby is making content on a game that I don't even play that much right now. I find Lego just a bit meh. But that's just me. No, Paco, 6'7", 5'6". So it's going down. This is different. That's what I'm doing. No, I know you're at school, but I'm surprised you get 6-7 memes at school at 17. I thought it was like a primary school thing. Oh, nice, Leaf. Yeah, it's a very interesting phase. And to be fair, it is fascinating. Like, we've raised him to be really independent. So I won't do something for him unless he's tried first and like properly tried. What that has unfortunately meant is that sometimes he'll do stuff that he thinks he's supposed to do, he's definitely not supposed to do, because he's got it instilled in him to try it first. And you'll just hear something, or he'll come and grab something, and you're like, why are you coming to grab that? And he's like, oh, I've got to go tidy up. He's like, tidy up what? And he'd done his clay in the kitchen that he got at Christmas, and it's like, bud. I went in, looked at the kitchen floor, everywhere. But he thought he was supposed to try it himself first. So it's like, well, I'd never ever go at him for it. But it's like, I really wish you hadn't fucking done that. I don't know if you guys have ever tried to clean up clay. Very difficult. Very difficult. Yeah. I didn't spend 5 hours in it, Paco. I have it on my screen on my left-hand monitor because to be honest, I would probably have been on here to make the little thumbnail up and just put it on, and it was just there. So no, I was not playing Idle Heroes for 5 hours straight. 100% not. Koji, that's crazy. I wouldn't do it at uni. I wouldn't do it if I was your guys' age. I think I can do it ironically because I'm an old man. I think once you get to like 17, 18, you've got to be a little bit cooler than that. At 34, I do what the fuck I want. I don't care. I'm uncle anyway. And uncle. Uncle and uncle. So yeah, fuck it. We do what we want. I'm at that. Yeah, to be fair, I'm at the uncle stage. I don't really give a shit anymore. Hence why I'm making YouTube content on a mobile game. But yeah. Yeah, Paco. To be fair, do you know what? It's not fun. The only thing I say is, it's not funny because the issue with 5 and 6 year olds, 5, 6, it goes down, 6, 7 goes up, is that they just say it randomly, and it's like, you know, I as I said, I was amazed at how often I actually found myself saying 6, 7 in day-to-day life. That's what but I'm not going to do it again because I don't want to be that type of person. Should we start clearing up the board and doing some food? Because we know some of these are just straight up food. Like, I mean, I don't even think like Field and Water would have any use case now. I will check out both of them because I'm pretty sure Water got nerfed. They probably thought it was a buff to be 100% stun, but on one target. So I don't really see how that's viable anymore. But we'll just start filling up the food. Oh, Robbie, shut up, bro. Picking on me just because I carried your ass in League of Legends yesterday. You absolute nerd. I played League of Legends for the first time. It went worse than I thought. But I also had, I think, more fun than I thought I had. Than I would have had. Especially getting absolutely cream cracked. So, for me, it was fine. Rob was enjoying, like, pub stomping. But at the same time, there's only so much fun you can have pub stomping if you're not winning. So, yeah, that's what I'd say. He didn't carry fuck all, K, because we lost like 5 out of 6 games. So he didn't carry. You can't call it a carry if we lose. You call it a carry if we win. As far as I'm concerned. So yeah, but if you want to say if anything, I was the carry to losing. I was the hard carry. The whole team on my back to those losses. To be fair, it was 6 or 7 games. I can't remember how many games it was. I'm not doing it again. I've done it under the table. 6, 7. And K, I'll have you know, I'm a pro gamer at everything I've ever played. I just need to get good at stuff, and that's fine. Azrael, he can't. I mean, I'll put him fun for now. I think fun's going to be the category. I know who I'm going to put in fun. People like Unimax and stuff. That the only time you'd use him if he was your main, but you shouldn't do that. But he would still be considered fun. But Azrael, I don't know if he's any use or not. I don't know what his kit is for base heroes. Packer, that's not true. I spend for you guys so I can do stuff like the Madeline event. I actually reckon Jara could be considered niche. Because she has CC and there's not many base heroes that have CC. All of these. No, actually, Onkiramaru is probably going to be a niche. Because again, he's a tenant for a couple of people. I feel like that gives him niche. Corpse Demon, if any of you were here during the non-meta series, what a waste of space. Like, heinous. The stuff that he was, well, I was going to say stuff that he was doing. The stuff that he wasn't bloody doing was horrific. I don't think he ever got a freeze off in like 3 months. And I gave him every fucking opportunity as well. Like, I really wanted him to work. Just couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Couldn't make it work for love nor money. Annabelle, again, I think will go in niche because she has got use, but she's mainly obviously PvP, isn't it? She's not really going to be that good for anything else. Haig's probably not. Again, oh shit. Base Hero's probably not going to be the best. Go in there, get in there, you bastards. Oh, I fucked up. I've messed up the scaling now. Well done, everyone. Confusing me. Work. Happy with yourselves. Yeah, Sihu's in solid. I think you can use him for plenty of different teams. And I think you could, because of the buffs that he gives. I mean, the difficulty is with someone like Sihu, right? Is that it's so hard to block in the late stages of campaign and void campaign. But there's obviously other game modes. And I think he can be considered solid. He might go down to niche. I don't know. But yeah, this is just like my initial thought processes on it more than anything. We're going to put these guys. Yeah. Who's looking for bait? Randy's probably napping. We're going to put them in niche, but I said they're probably going to change. Just to put them somewhere. Your crap. I mean, Karim with his attack steal, isn't it? Because I know that he can get a little bit nasty, but nothing that we're actually going to be too concerned about. I don't think. Base Williams isn't very good, to be fair. I don't know why you'd use Base Williams, unless the object was, well, you're going to make a Williams account, so you might as well have him. Edgar. Hey, Liam. Do you know what? Right. Do you know what? With Edgar, I think it's really cool. I mean, Mockman's the same. Like, so Edgar, for those that don't know, changes his buffs depending whether he's front line or back line. I mean, he's just terrible. But a super cool looking hero. With an interesting kit. But he's just massively undercooked. I mean, I've said for ages that what they should have done, is make it so that every hero got imprints, and they could have made the imprints so that heroes were viable. So therefore, they weren't having to like buff heroes and stuff like that and potentially mess shit up. And how they would do that with all the heroes, I don't know. But they could give them all imprints, and like because they done it with a couple of heroes like Queen Nakia got really good imprints compared to her base form, but they haven't. So. Yeah, they're not going to get rid of Treasure Train. The Treasure Train heroes. Do you know what I had a really interesting thought on? Okay, let me just... I want to temper your expectations on what really interesting is. Right. Do you know what I thought they could have done with those treasures? I've been doing, for those that don't know, I've been doing some Treasure Train videos. And you know, like... Hold on, I'll get... Oh, where's the... Put it on the screen here. Right. And you know, like, the plushies? They could have made these. And so, for instance, if you got the Betty one, it was for Betty. No worries, Paco. See you later, bud. Like, they could have done Betty and made it so that if you got this, that gave her the new abilities. How cool would that be? Like, hunting for the treasures. Instead, they've put it and made it, like, full-on pay to win. Which I just don't get. Paco, I need to know what the film is now. If you don't tell me, I think there's something massively wrong. I'm always interested with people from different countries if you're watching the same films as us. Just watching it fully dubbed. Would you watch in English? Dude. Saying that, no. Ignatia has to go in niche because she can be used to cheese. I can't think. Someone said she's used like to cheese through stuff. So I'll put her there, and then I'll ask her the question. If anyone knows what she's used to cheese, let me know. Oh, this is like Ice Blink. Sucks now, bro. King Barton. King Barton's not food. We established that ourselves. King Barton's an absolute stud muffin. And I'll fight anyone that says that otherwise, to be fair. Not like a serious fight, but just like playground scrap. We'll put him in fun because I feel like you can build around. I did. You can build around him and have some success with it. You can go. Where does Sigmund go? Put him niche because he's early game. I think I'm going to split this up. I'll put another thing down here. Oh, you see your name. I put Clunky's and yours up. So I'll put another line down here. Hey, Zentros subbed. Hey, Zentros. How delayed's that though? Because Zentros commented at the start of the stream. And he wouldn't have been able to comment if he wasn't subbed. So that's weird. That's delayed. But thank you, Zentros. Appreciate it, bro. I didn't think I recognised the name. But I wasn't sure. I think I might put across and have different tiers. So for instance, I can explain this away. But like here, it would be right early game. Because I said King Barton, yeah, absolute stud muffin. Yeah, and I said I will fight anyone over that. That's a hill I'm prepared to die on. 100%. I once said in my eulogy at my funeral, KB was OP. He died to say that message. I hope I don't die for that message. I mean, I don't know who'd care enough to kill me over it. To be honest. Maybe there's someone somewhere. I'm gonna put him in niche early game because Valentino is surprising. He has the ability to, when he drops below a certain health, he gets like an insane damage reduction put on him, and he stuns. David, I don't know what that is. Yeah, thank you, Kay. I'm happy you remember. David Jason, I don't know what that is. I'll give it a Google after. To be honest with you, my son has the attention span. Okay, the easiest way to describe his attention span is to say he doesn't possess one. So going to watch a film with him is just impossible. He wants to go for popcorn and snacks, and then he doesn't want to do it anymore. So I unfortunately won't be able to take him there at his current age. But who knows later on. I mean, I don't know. He just doesn't like it. And it's like, that's fine. Oh, Berea is so disappointing, bro. So disappointing. I mean, you can argue that Queen's niche because of her crit. So she's useful in certain situations. Like, there's waves in tower early game that she's really useful for. She's useful for Seal Land and stuff. And then, obviously, it's not bad to have her for her copies. And I think she's in base hero shards now, which makes her more viable because she's easy to build. I don't know anything about Saja. Sorry, Ice Blink. Keep you in the middle. Keep you in the middle. I mean, you could make Scary for fun, right? You could do that. I think you're fucking nuts to do it. Nakia has got some use. I don't know about Gaggy. I need to look up Gaggy. I need to look up Norton Haig. I need to look up you. You're fun. You're fun. These will go in fun because, as I said, you could build around them, but it's like they're not niche because you'd have to build your team around these fuckers to make it work. Whereas these guys have more of a general all-round use case. So Sigmund early on for boss fights. Ignatia, I have to check her out. Onki Marks is Tenant, and he's not a bad hero. Bassis for speed swap. So you don't need him, but you can use him. These are just heroes, right? If you want to go Tonk, you can. That's fine. And then Food. Zentros. But you've commented a couple of times, I've seen it. But yeah, let us know if there is a problem with that, because I'll see if I can do anything. I can't do anything. I can't do anything. But it's something I can see if there's settings or whatever I can change. There maybe is to be fair, there maybe is a delay. Maybe there is a delay after you've subbed. How long you have to wait to message. I don't know why that'd be a thing. But now I'm saying it, I actually think there is. I think I've seen that in the thingies. I think that is that when I've set up. Cartoon musical about the biblical David. I mean, listen. I've seen some bits on that. On the old TikTok. I thought it was an AI thing. I didn't realise it was an actual film. I don't know if it's... not that it mattered. I just clicked the wrong thing. But I don't know if that's... maybe it's the type of thing you'd like. The membership's green. And because Ali gave everyone a membership, most people's names are green. Just subbing isn't green. It's a Pepsi Max. It's not a beer, don't worry about it. Yeah, I don't know, Zendros. I was going to say you're the first one to mention it, but then obviously you would be, because if you couldn't chat, you wouldn't be able to tell me. But yeah, that's a shame, especially if you want to talk. I mean, to some people it wouldn't matter. Sitting there lurking. But yeah. What you have to do, just make multiple accounts and just sub on all of them. Sherlock useful? He has doves. He's a proper little fucker, isn't he? Why am I even asking if he's useful? I already know he is. He's a proper bastard. We can all guess where Finn's going, can't we? Piece of shit. Absolute trash monkey. If there ever was one. It's the one thing stopping me from building Transfin, is I just don't want to have an E5 Finn. So I've already got an E5 Finn as a tent for Bazzy, so I might just have to get over that. It's like Alimak. What do we say with Alimak? Because base Alimak's like fun, but I don't know why you'd use him. Again, unless you wanted him as trans, but I have to think about that. So we'll put him here. By the way, those that weren't here at the start, what's happening is we're doing this here. No, I know Alimak. He's a useful hero and he's fun, because my original team, when I came back, my original team was going to be Eloise, Siahu, Alimak, and Horus. And the idea was obviously to build a block team up. I liked Alimak. I even like his trans version. I've obviously never built one. But I just couldn't... The issue I was having is that I couldn't... Once I got to the end stages of campaign, couldn't block. Like, they had so much precision in build. There's no such thing as block offsets. No, it's just precision. Duh. That I couldn't block for shit. So I don't know how people do it with Eloise. Like, I had my Horus, and he just was not blocking. And he was on, like, 128% block. There wasn't much more I could do. Just wasn't blocking. So, yeah, I don't know where he fits in. Sylvie's fun. She's not very good. I had Sylvie. I built Sylvie as well. She was part of that team. I didn't end up... I did build Alimak, but I don't remember using him because I said halfway... Because I even had like... I don't know... Again, you guys won't remember this. There's no reason for you to. On my non-meta account, when I had all the armor sets, I had them all attuned to Alimak and Siahu and stuff like that. I just couldn't get the team to work. Couldn't get the block in. But he's one of those... I don't know what happened there. He's one of those I don't get why you'd build him. Not that he's trash, but if you want a hero that blocks, there's just other better ones. I know he stuns, but I almost feel like that's counterintuitive to the block because he's just stunning people all the time. Flame Strike's definitely going to go in fun. I got some when I'd done the Dream Team, Flame Strike was getting some serious damage, bro. Like serious damage. I think Fiona can go here for the time being. She might get relegated. Listen, I am not falling into that trope. I am cringe enough as it is. I don't need to start putting Lord Bade. Oh, Gru can go in niche. Lord Bade is the elite hero. On top of that, a lot of players, mate, honestly, that probably play the game now probably won't even get the reference and probably just think I've gone fucking crazy. There's so many food heroes. This shows how many heroes there are, right? And the crazy thing is, after 6 months of playing the game, you don't see like barely any of these. Maybe so Olivia, Ignis, Waldeck, Drake, Carry. That's literally it. Maybe Delatium in certain scenarios. And that's wild, isn't it? That you've got all these heroes that are just completely and utterly irrelevant because of Transcendence heroes. Boo. Are they saying boo-ans? Sorry. Simpsons joke. Right. Emily's going to go into niche. Emily has a role as an early game hero. 100%. She's like a baby Belrain, and I think she could definitely have some use. Envy. Another new name. How you doing, friend? What did Randy say? Envy, how you doing? Why do you not normally able to catch the live streams? Is it because of what day I do it on? What time I do it on? Are you in America and the times just don't work? Are you off for Christmas? Let me know all the information immediately. Geista can be useful, but I just don't get why you'd build it. Unimax is fun. Unimax is fun. Oh no, you guys are all supposed to be here. Right, get back in the food tier now. Sorry, Edgar. I can't even put Edgar in fun because he just wouldn't be fun to build now. He's probably working. Doctor in the house. Dr. Envy. Nice. Now I get it's a shame, innit? Time zones suck balls. I obviously fully understand why they exist. I really wish they didn't. So almost I don't think his rescue marks are that good. Base Vesa. Oh, Base Vesa back in the day, bro. Absolute menace to society she was. Absolutely. You guys, we're running out of space. That's not going to dictate where people go just because we're running out of space. We will make the heroes smaller. We have the facilities to do that. Oh god. Yes, right. We have the skills that pay the bills to make them smaller. Perfecto. So you can go there. Sherlock. I don't think he's solid. I don't think Inosuke's solid. I don't think she's solid. I'll put Garuda in niche as well. I really like Cruz. I'm going to put Cruz in fun, and there's a reason for that. Niche Gru. She can go in fun. This is where it's hard, right? Because it's so subjective, isn't it? Oh, thanks, Envy. I appreciate that, dude. Oh, I'm missing Ali too, but he's at work, isn't he? Barry is definitely from the US. I say definitely. US or Canada. I presume US. He sounds like he's US. I presume. See, I love Cruz. I think Cruz is underrated. because he's weakness marks as well. I'm putting him in niche. He's not even going in fun. He's going in niche. I think that's fair. I think he deserves it. I think Queen's niche, because you're not going to build her for fun. Fucking hell. But she has use case. Groove rather. Niche. I feel like these are fun because you can build them, but you don't need to build them. They're not optimal at all, and they're not niche. I mean, maybe Sherlock, you could argue is. You could argue Sherlock is. So you could build these for fun and they'll still do something for you. The issue with building any of these is they're just going to do nothing. Like, you're just going to get nothing from them. Ice Blink, maybe. I mean, if you ran an Ice Blink Corpse Demon team, you could get some freezes off and get excited, but... I don't know about Luna and Saja. No, not Luna and Saja. I've done this the other day on the event review. It is Luna and Saja. It is Luna and Saja. I get them and Patricia confused all the time. Don't ask me why. Sia. Aylamak. See, I feel like these are fun. Your niche, because I said you have got a viable use. Oh, mate, I've got all of these to do as well. Shit, do you know what? I'm definitely running out of spells. You know what I might have to do? So many heroes, bro, isn't there? So many. No, that's okay, I can make them smaller. Envy's a man after my own heart. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know. See, Envy, here's the thing. Right? Here's the thing. No matter what first E5 you make, within reason, you are not going to get held up. It's then about how you transition your team. And Koji's right. In the late game, it changes. But there's still like set in motion kind of things that you should do, which makes me laugh because there's so many different teams. Like you could go Vulcan, Williams, Mockman, Loafer, Adakita, whatever you wanted to do as a main. No one seems to care. But early game, God fucking forbid you recommend anyone other than Eloise. You know, but you can do it, bro. There's no issues with it whatsoever. I mean, okay, my account was different purely because I was spending money. But like, I had a King Barton that was an absolute stud and was absolutely crushing teams, including stuff in Tower and all that good stuff. And PvP, he was a monster. So, you know, don't listen to it too far. No, 100% Sandy, well played to you. Like, and the only thing I would say, it's interesting, you didn't build Wukong. Wukong's like the one that I'd look at and say, or to be fair, no, that's a lie. I would say that you could definitely build Betty just to clear Void Vortex and then get rid of her. And then Wukong's the only one, like out of everything, every part of the game that I'd look at and say, oh, I feel like your account is missing something if you don't build him. Just because of how versatile and strong he is. Like, it's very rare that you can make a damage dealer as your first Transcendence hero because they need support around them, and the supports, if they're not Transcendence, are just too squishy. But Wukong just doesn't. He's like his own support. So he does CC, he does the damage reduction, he does the fragile, he does all the good stuff, right? And he shields and heals and all that shit. So it's like, well, you'd almost be silly not to just because he does everything. But other than that, I then think you're fine. With me, I yeah. In my case, I think that you should follow the rules in terms of event resources, blah 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 blah. However, team building, I can play whoever you want. If you think a hero looks cool and therefore you want to build them. Like, why does it matter that there's some random people on a Discord somewhere that think that they suck? the most unhappiest people in the world that care about what you do on your mobile game. But yeah, so just bear that in mind. You can play whichever way you wanted, and I really don't think it matters. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you turn around at the end of the day and say, I'm going to make a Dominator my main, you're going to struggle. But other than that, you can do pretty much whatever you want and still be fine. Hey, Randy. How you doing, bro? Good nap, my friend. Yeah, okay, it is. I don't really, yeah, but it's fine. But it's like, so I'm going to do this tier list, right? And then I'm going to ask your guys' opinion. I don't think that this tier list matters, like, at all. And the reason I say it doesn't matter at all is because it's just irrelevant. But people watch tier lists, and I enjoy tier lists, to be fair. This is difficult because there's so many heroes. So many heroes, right? But, like the first E5 one, again, and I'm going to preface that video, because I'm going to turn all these obviously into videos, right? I'm going to preface that video by saying, it just doesn't fucking matter. I mean, I prefer the Holmes Young route to Eloise, because you can transfer him into a support hero. Well, if Eloise isn't your main hero, she's doing basically nothing for you. And if the first hero you're going to get is Wukong, he becomes your main hero. So, and I can have Holmes Young as support. You can't have Eloise as support. I don't think, but I just don't think it matters. Like, I just don't think it matters. I mean, some people say that, like, the transition's easier. I just disagree, but it's fine. Like, it doesn't bother me that I have different opinions. I do think it's weird how angry people get. Yeah, very odd. But then oh, do you know what? I sprinted today, right? Full on sprint. And when I play football with the boy, I run, obviously to play football, but I don't sprint because you don't really need to. And I was wearing some work boots, and so it wasn't the best footwear for it. And he said, "Dad, let's race to the gate." I was like, "Yeah, fine." I said, "I'm going to smash you." I said, "But we'll do it." It was about 150 metres away. I sprinted. And after about 50 metres, every step I took, I could feel it hurting my back. So it was like someone was jamming a rod up my back. I was like, I ain't never doing this again. It's the last time I'm sprinting. Hey, VH. Hey, VH. Hey, Soul. Sorry, man. I was reading your message at the same time. How you doing, bro? Excellent. Yeah, Soul, come back, because I've got some, you're a bit more late game. It would be great to get your opinion on the trans stuff. We're going through the easy stuff right now. But yeah, it'll be great to see you in a bit. Yeah, Jason, it's true. And do you know what's interesting, right? People say that you can't make tier lists for idle heroes. Wrong. You absolutely can. What you can't do is like an S to F tier list. That doesn't make sense. So like this is going to be like a two-tone tier list, because there is going to be lines drawn down here. So for instance, this will say damage dealer, support, 9-star support, 10-star support, whatever, to give them a bit more of a guide. So like same here for the trans tier list. Nope, I haven't done that one. I haven't done that one yet. I haven't changed it. But that will be, oh no, that's it. So this column's damage dealer, this column's support and stuff like that, to split it up. Because obviously if you just do an S to F tier list and people just build the 6 top first heroes, the team's going to suck balls, right? That's why it's important to listen to the fact. That's why I never put screenshots of my other tier lists up, because without context it means nothing. But doesn't stop people, does it? Koji. Listen, I was surprisingly nippy, right? Surprisingly fleet-footed. I think it's the fact that I had these boots on, they're steel-toed boots, not designed for running hard. and the ground was rock hard. And it was just like, I just felt it going boom, 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 boom. I was like, this is stupid. But I can run around, play football with him for an hour, hour and a half and feel fine. Like, I enjoy it. But it was the sprinting in these boots just did something to my back. I was like, oh my God. Oh, okay, no worries, bro. Balrog, yeah. Oh, Koji, I don't mind too much. I don't mind too much. Thank you, though, for, yeah. Pendlix can promote. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. And it was more that I was really surprised that it happened. That I could feel it. Old man shit. Right, we've got some more to do. There's so many heroes, brother. So many heroes. Right. Yeah, tier lists can definitely be, and you know what? The fact I know Jason's sitting there slaving away as a farmer, laughing his ass off that I've just said I hurt my back running. He's like tipping cows over, carrying tractors into the barn. I know that you don't carry tractors into the barn, and all that stuff. And there's me like, oh, I had to run. I had to play football, soccer, and I hurt myself. Pendix, bro, listen, the thing is, if you want my honest opinion on it, right? If yoga streams next to stay healthy, I'd love to do yoga. I think yoga is really healthy. Pendix, if you talk about planning for the future, right, and you wanted to make a future streaming or whatever, my sagest advice to you would be this. Don't do it on this game. Like, you'd be fucking crazy too. There isn't the community for it. You're never going to make any money doing this. So I would suggest, well, I lose money doing this, right? But thankfully there's some of you fantastic members out there that help me fund it. But with the software side of it and all that, it's the wrong game. Yeah, but you said you're worrying that you're planning on the future. So that's what I'm saying. If you want to do it, bro, just do it. Like, I literally, when I'd done the first video, I was sitting there and I was like, oh, hey, Rake. No, I know you make money, right? My point is, if you're a new person trying to do this, you can't go into it thinking, I'm going to make money. That's why I want to do it. So Pendlix, if you were saying you're planning for the future, this shouldn't be a part of that. Do it if you want to do it, and do it if you're going to enjoy it. Don't get me wrong. The way I would look at it is you could turn around and say it's good practice to get kinks out of the system, like to get into the habits and the good habits, etc. But yeah, I mean, that's what MK was saying, that he's going to, well, it looks like he's probably going to take, if it works for him, his new thing, he's going to take a step back. Because there's no point. Rake's very smart. Our man Rake here. Because he doesn't just do this, he does other games. There's obviously promotional stuff. Very, very smart. But that takes like ages to get all that stuff come through. I've had one person come to me and ask me to do promotional stuff. And they offered me $8. I was like, no, I'm alright. Yeah, that's it. I think if you get lucky with the game that you pick, like if you're one of the early people on a game, like, and get it, but then it's one of those things, right? I imagine, and Rake, you might know, obviously more. I presume, right? If you're making content on a game, I don't know how long you played like AFK Journeys for before you started making content, but I imagine you've got to know quite a bit before doing it. Ironic, isn't it? So, but it's luck based almost. Getting into a game, playing a game, knowing about the game enough to be able to converse about the game and do stuff on it, and then hope that it takes off. But that's all time, isn't it? and it might be a waste of time. But as I said, if you go into it thinking it's just for fun, even if click wrong button again, yeah, exactly. But even if it doesn't work, as I said, you're still learning stuff, aren't you? I mean, I didn't actually think, I said this last stream, I didn't actually think I was going to get to 6 months doing this, but it is what it is. No, but then do it, dude. But the thing is, you started making videos. Yeah, you made like one video and then you quit. And it's like, it's hard, mate. Like when I was doing my account playthroughs, I was doing a video that I wasn't getting, well, to be fair, I still struggle with the views now, obviously. Do you know what I mean? Like, but it's a fucking grind and you've got to be prepared to go for the grind. Or it's not worth it. Yeah, but Koji, like, there's luck to that, isn't there? There's luck to that because a lot of people would, if you just clicked on that, would be like, that's annoying. But yeah, yeah. But if you're consistent, mate, then people will be interested. Did ya? What did you post yesterday? Oh, thanks, Liam. But Rake, it is hard, isn't it? And do you know what? I suppose as well, it depends. Your version of a dead video is going to be different to my version of a dead video. Oh, Rake, but do you know why that would be, bro? I can tell you for a fact why that would be. Is probably because people have already done all their bloody scratch cards, because that's what people do, right? I didn't look at it. I'm not going to lie to you. Because I'm a pro. Yeah, it's a 3K difference. See, I watch your stuff. Not all your stuff. It's difficult though, isn't it? And I think that would Jason, is that to me or to Rake? Because Rake's doing a fantastic job. Do I think it's going? Listen, I'll tell you what I'm really happy with, right? I said this the other day. It is weird. Thanks, Interest. I haven't really lost anyone. Yeah, right, 100%, and that's why it's smart. Just to, the thing, I didn't want to say it because listen, you know more than me. The smart thing is there. That's generic, right? So it's, yeah, you're right. People will watch it. Hold on, my daughter's just come home, so there's going to be excess noise, but the microphone shouldn't pick it up. Do I think I've? What did you ask? Hold on. Would you consider yourself as a success as being a? Would you consider yourself as a success at being a creator? I burnt out really quick because I was doing daily videos and it was just account playthroughs. And then I went to the other extreme where I was just doing event review and then trying to stream. But really what I need to do, and to be fair, hide the screen. I don't want Rake seeing all my stuff. Right? What I hope happens is that I can get a good mix of it. So between the streaming and the videos and the shorts, that I can do something. It's like what Rake said there, where his videos will get more views later on when the next event comes out. That's what I want to try and have with my thingies. So like, yeah, Rake's spying. He needs all the content he can get. So this is one video, little sneak peek that I've been doing. I've needed to change the heroes around because I haven't actually done it yet. But it's like, it's going through all the different artifacts, right? The offensive deified ones, and there's the functional one, and the defensive one. There's a festival treasure guide going through all the different treasures and the different years and what's the best one to get and all that stuff. So this break, this is just, this took me forever. This is just like a catalogue of all the different ones, having and what they actually do. So I'm going to turn this and make this a bit prettier so people can understand it. But the actual video itself is which ones you should pick. But yeah, so I've been doing all these, and the hope for this is that I'll put these videos out. 2026 tag, and they'll do better throughout the year. W finest, that's it. Yeah. So you just steered. Can you imagine the pain? By the way, guys, out of interest, I'm happy Rake's here for this. I'm happy Rake's here anyway. Completely out of my comfort zone. As a thumbnail, what do you guys think of that? Like, as a thumbnail for Festival Treasures. Because I don't know. Because here's the problem with it. If you're someone like Rake, or say MK, where most of your focus is on one game and people know your name, shut up, coach, then you don't even have to put like what it is in the video. People click on the video, right? Whereas with me, I feel like it has to be more obvious. Nah, right, listen, here's the thing. I am doing that. And I'm going to show you some insider information, right? This is my problem. And it's something that's pissed me off, right? My most popular videos are my tier list videos, my very first videos. I hate them because I was reading off a script. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how to speak into a microphone. The only time that I get more views in like a 48-hour period is when I release an event review. And then it goes straight back to these tier lists. I'm going to do new ones because it's 2026. Yeah, but the thing is, I enjoy them. Like, it's content I enjoy doing, and it depends. Like, I like making them and I like talking about them because for me it's quite methodical. But I also don't want to become like, just slop. But then I think the idea is right. I do them. But look at all my best views. It's tier lists. And I'm just ashamed that I've got a video that's got 16k views. I know it's nothing to you. 16k views, and I hate it. I just hate the video. But I don't want to take it down because that's like... What is that? A quarter of my total channel views in a video I don't have. So I want to have a re-go at it. And the thing is, I didn't want to do it before 2026 because I felt like it's just cheesy. But now 2026 has dropped, I can do the tier lists. Hopefully it'll bring people over to the channel. Hey Kay. And go from there. But I'd done a Transcendence tier list. I don't even know if I had a Transcendence hero. But I've done that. Just fucking wild. I don't know. Look back. It's weird that it's 5 months. It feels like years ago. So my also thought process now is that it's going to be a better video because I know more. But I appreciate that tier lists aren't thought of very highly. But then, hey, listen. In the hardcore community, I'm not thought of highly anyway. So I don't particularly care. But I want to do helpful ones like this. Like everyone asks, what artifacts should we get? And it's like, right, well, I'm going to do a little video and it's going to have all of it in there. Festival treasures. So you can see which ones to get. And very basic, right? It's going to be a very quick video, but just that people can see. With the stat boost from low to high, etc. And then at the end, as I said, I'll tidy these up. But these are all the individual artifacts. The different years, 2023, 2024, 2025. And there is a key as well. I don't know where I put the key, must have been in a different video. Oh, nice, Kay. Is it here? Yeah, the key was here. But like, for instance, I didn't know if you guys knew this. When you do Treasure Train, you stand just as much chance to get a full treasure as you do 1 shard, 2 shard, or 3 shard. It's like 25%, but you get the pull on here, and then yeah, it stands. I didn't know that until I looked into this. And the pink and the orange are exactly the same percentage chances, and the boosted chance is significantly higher, 23.5% times. No, not 23. Yeah, 23.5 times. But yeah, gone through these, done them in order. So I'm getting all the videos ready. Subscribe. And that's what I've been doing with my time in the evenings anyway. He's been doing this. Yes, we'll have to see how it goes. Going back, sorry, the original question. Apologies, Jason asked the original question. Do I think I've been successful at it? I'm happy that I haven't lost many people. Like, the people that have been around since the start are still here. I can list them off. Don't ask me to list them off, but I can list them off. And so I feel like I'm doing something right. Obviously, I need to get that growth, but that's where, I mean, Rake said it's 3 clicks to get to do tier lists, and it's true, and it's easy, which is why I want to put some effort into it. I don't want it just to be slop, which is why I'm not doing S to whatever. Like, there's a couple of people that have made tier lists, and I've seen the tier lists, like hero tier lists. I don't get it. I feel like they've just, I don't even know how you could do AI or chat GPT with that, but that's where it feels like it's done. It's just spit these things out and said, yeah, here you go, this is what you should do. But yeah, if it gets some channel growth, I mean, my most ever sub video, like the video that gained me the most subs, was my first ever video. That obviously makes sense because I had 0 subs when I put that video out, right? But also, no, not even also. Also, I think now you'd get the similar amount of views, hopefully. But obviously, now I've got more of a backlog of content. Do you know what? Oh, it's such a shame. I don't know how I can send it. What? I've done all these. I've done all these, and there's no way I can send them to you, is there? Because it's not bad. I mean, I'm going to trim all these down. They're going to be nice and pretty. But yeah, tier lists, they're fine. I mean, to be fair, Rake, what I'd also say is that trans tier lists are the way to go. You fucking dare do one. You're not allowed to do it because it's slop, and I will throw shade in your name everywhere if you do one, because every time someone does it, your name will pop up. You'll get all my views. I love it. Do you know what I do think? It's like MK hasn't obviously done them for a couple of years. I think he got put off by the hate. And I don't think Barry's not interested in them anymore. Yeah, but bear in mind, Randy, I got God Killer Defy on my first hammer the other day on my Basilisk. So I got the God roll too. We're all getting God rolls. Do you know what's funny? When I saw Rake had done that video, when I saw Rake had done the video on Marvel Strike Force, right? I tried that game a few weeks ago on PC. I just couldn't get a hang of it. It just felt like a button masher. That's when I saw Rake's video pop up. I was like, it feels bad. But it's weird. It's weird. I said I didn't mind it. It looked quite cool. I also imagine like the licensing for stuff like that can't be cheap, man. Like, it can't be cheap whatsoever. I like Belrain. I really do like Belrain. Does Armin-Ra going solid or niche? I think these days she goes in niche. Because she's a bit of a cheese hero, isn't she? Cheese grommet. I've got 10k on my main. And I've got some contract stories over. So I could Vespera's more. No, she's got really nice Petrify. This is comparing her to other. There's not many. It's just healing. Out of interest, Rake. Now, obviously, I know you can't say specifics. Because I watched some of your video. Apologies, I didn't watch all your video. I watched some of your video. I commented though for engagement. I can't remember what I commented now. Yeah, I noticed that part. Did they, like, because you must have played that game for a while. Did you natively play that game beforehand? Or did they reach out and say, we want you to do a video on this, da da da? Because if you had to play the game for a while, which I felt like you had to, does that then mean that's like quite an input from yourself, isn't it? To play on that game and you've done a video on it. I didn't know if there was like, were you seeing if the video was going to do well and then make more? But did you have to play the game quite a bit beforehand? Because you seemed to know what you were talking about in the video. So, like you said, you had to get the end of a super long campaign, or is it a case of you can just pay? Yeah, but the thing, and the thing is, right? Because it's a mobile game space, and you have your whale friends, obviously they will see who's clicking through from your video. You need to get like 2 or 3 people that spend some money on that game. And they'll definitely be interested in you going back. Do you know what I mean? It's not like you're trying to shill a mug with your name on it. That'd be really difficult to do. Yeah. Envy. We've had loads of people in my Discord buy from SG Hub, and they've never had a problem from it. They've never had a problem. I don't think DH Games probably care too much about it. Did there used to be an issue with people being banned? Yeah, but any game like that, right? There's gonna be some serious. I mean, I don't. Obviously, you guys are aware of Diablo as a game, but Diablo Immortal, the mobile game, there's a guy that spent $400,000 on the game. Like, can you imagine being that guy? One of the content creators spent 100 grand on it, which is just craziness. Clunky, how you doing, dude? I've got your name up in lights. You're blue, as you asked. Yeah, but Envy is one of those things, dude, right? Well, you spent on Idle Heroes. Hold on. Everyone. Rake has just said something. You spent 100k on Idle Heroes. But didn't you say you mainly spend your income from SG Hub back into the game? You corporate bastard. No, to be fair, I knew you spent 100k because you'd done a video with that as the tagline, didn't you? Didn't you say this is what a 100 grand account looks like? By the way, I absolutely adore your thumbnail for Madeline's video. I just wanted to say, I think it's a great thumbnail. Great thumbnail. Ah, it's me. See, I'm watching stuff. I can't see it. Maybe I missed it. 100k USD account. Yes, you did do a video. Do you know what's interesting? Did you expect to get more views on that? Because that's not loads of views, is it? I know it is. To be fair, it's 7.7 is quite. Oh no, it is actually. To be fair, I was not saying in general. I was saying compared to the other stuff you've done, but no, that is. Yeah, I watched a video on it. Not on him. On there was this guy, and to be fair, it was really well put together video explaining how someone had spent so much money in that game, and they was going through like how they spend it, like how you spend money in the game. 100% Rake. Yeah, I'm actually surprised you don't do it more. Like, just because I feel like it's not something you can do every 2 weeks, but. Short King, listen, you're saying the quiet stuff out loud, my dude. We can't ask for that. We can't ask for more tier lists. As Rake has already said, It is free views. It's free clicks. I would just say I've seen some tier lists from certain people that are fucking horrendous to the point that they're objectively wrong. Like objectively wrong about stuff. At least with this, it's opinion based. But it's using some common sense. Second time you've done it. Yeah, I think you can do it. It's one of those things, but it's like, it depends how much you wanted to do, right? You could turn around and say, what does $100,000 treasure train look like? Do you know what I mean? And you could do a video on that. It depends. I don't know how much you make from AdSense, but my brain saying that that's what I would do. Because how long was your... I'm not giving you advice. Obviously, you know more than me. You've been doing it a lot longer than I have. But yes, it's an hour-long video, right? I didn't realize it was an hour long. It's an hour-long video. Why could you not potentially like make it like a mini series? Because you said free content, it's there for you, and you could make that, and you could turn around and say, well, this is what you get. This is the treasures. This is the artifacts. All that kind of stuff. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if you split that video up into smaller videos. Because, for instance, I'm a long video person. So when I used to watch Wrath of God and he'd post like an hours long video. Jason, do you know what, bro? You can look now. This isn't don't worry about the tier list as such. So, artifact. Do you mean treasure tier list? These are the treasures, right? Depends which one you've got. This is my opinion. Rake's also in the chat. If Rake has a different opinion, he can keep it to himself. This is what I think are the best treasures. I've gone through them all. Yeah, but Rake, listen, man, I've tried that. I tell you now, if you do a 3-hour long stream, you try and cut it down into a 40-minute video, it takes longer than the stream took, and you'll still get more watch hours from people watching the bloody VOD than you would of the thingy. Like, so I just don't, yeah. I think if you're a big streamer and you can pay an editor to do it, it makes perfect sense. Doing it on yourself just would take, I tried it on one of mine and it was like a 3 and a bit hour long stream. And I was like, I just can't do it. I just can't turn this into a video. I might as well make whole new content. Like the idea of it was going to be easy content. Jason, what ones were you looking for? Is this what you meant? When you said you got a pink chest, but you said artifact, obviously these are treasures. Is this what you meant? Because we've got 2024. That's what I've done. That's what I've done. Yeah. Yeah. Holy damage, crit damage for 2023. Yes, so Jason, this is the 2023 one. Let me know, what year are you looking for? Because I don't even know, I haven't even picked the treasures yet, so I don't even know what the chests are. Oh, Rake, I get you. See, what you mean is just cut it down. But then even then, right, I wanted to do that, and I was going to cut it down, so I was going to get like, the really good bits, but I was thinking, I was having to do stream markers and stuff like that, and it was putting me off properly. So I just didn't do it. I think I'm going to keep... Yes, this is the orange treasure. Sorry, quick one. Oh, by the way, this is how lazy DH can be sometimes, right? There is literally 2 treasures in the 2024 treasure where it's exactly the same orange treasures. PvP, all full PvP, 6% to 30%. Holy damage, PvP only. Craziness. I like the pizza, personally, but I do get, obviously, why we'd want these. But there's other ways of getting all damage dealt with Transcenders, which we just saw. But dot reduce, that could be a bit nasty. But then for it to be useful, you're going to have to really level it up. Like with this, when you go for the all damage dealt, it obviously chips away with other artifacts. It adds up. It's like death by 1,000 cuts, right? It just adds up and up and up. With this is like the only one. So you have to go quite hard and heavy on this. And this is the 2025. To be honest with you, they're a bit trash. Crit's quite nice. I know people don't like crit artifacts. I've always liked them. Whereas people really like the crit damage ones. And but I've focused on the Candelabrum. 2025 Festival Treasures. Well, yeah, to be fair, it's quite easy because they're not very good. Best of. So Moon Palace model is the all damage dealt for, to be fair, Void Campaign and Tower, it gives you both. But it's not very good boosts. That can't be correct. Hold on, bear in mind, this isn't the finished article, right? It can't just be 2% at the start, surely not. Because there are some dreadful treasures in the 2025. Holy shit, it is. Yeah, 2% up to 10%. It's just not a very good treasure. It's just not a very good treasure. I mean, the 2023s are brilliant. This is obviously what you want, which is why people are happy that they came back out. The 2024 ones are a bit meh, but there's some nice oranges. Yeah, Pumpkin House. And this is weird, Randy, right? I love speed in the game. For most people, speed's almost irrelevant because they're not worried about PvP and it's not going to make enough difference on the Void campaign. For us with Basilisk, we need speed. So, yeah, for me, I like this, but I get why for the average player it's just irrelevant. And this feels a little bit weak sauce. I love the Candelabra, especially damage reduction for Void campaigns. Great. Rake. That's what I'm already going to do. So, the arcane is fascinating, right? Because again, I didn't know this. Where is the thingy? No, that's not it. I swear I had a list. Arcane jewelry. Because obviously, so there's going to be a different arcane video. That's from my view. So I didn't realise that there was only like 11 series, like standard series. Then you had 3 festivals, you had Arcane, you had Paradise, all that stuff. My issue with videos was that I didn't want to make slop videos. I don't get what you're... Sorry. Am I being really stupid? Can't even see Arcane. What? No, it's just flag. What is the Seal Land speed? Right, because is there a tower? Got ya. Yeah. So, my issue, right? The reason I wasn't really posting a lot back end of the year, not because I didn't want to, because I enjoy doing videos. I didn't want to just do videos for the sake of it. And I saw what some other people were putting out, and I thought, oh, like if people click on a video that I do like that, they're not going to subscribe. They're not going to want to watch again. So I was really struggling. So I was doing the event previews because I thought, well, that's safe and people enjoy it. And I was doing streaming. And then I suppose the last 6 weeks, I've really been nailing down on what content I want to make. And so I've gone down the route of treasures, artifacts and stuff like that. And like the arcane treasure can be its own separate video. And I'm going to do a video on, like, because I don't know if you guys know this, right? There is some actual, like, really solid, like green and purple treasures that people just don't. So like, I don't know what people are doing when they open up the green or purple treasures, because I've gone on Discord and Reddit and I've searched it, and like no one comes back and says anything. But like there's some solid things here that people just don't know exist. So I'm going to do their own video for what pink treasure should you pick, what orange treasure should you pick, what red treasure should you pick, what green treasure. Because if you do it all in one video and people only want to find out what the pink one is, well, they're going to watch the pink section and click off the video, which doesn't help with the analytics. Whereas if you do individual ones, it's easier for people to watch, because obviously I'm not putting ads on my videos, so for me it doesn't matter. So I can make like a 3-minute video, 4-minute video times 5 and do it that way. Yeah. Oh, do you know what mine is? Where is it? I'll show you. There, the Kitten headphones. So the kit and headphones for me. Damage reduction, void campaign as a red treasure goes up to 15% for a red treasure. So yeah, like there is some really solid ones. I can't yet rake, to be fair. And you know what? I don't get enough views for it. And what I will do when I get to the point where I get 1,000 subs, if and when that happens, I will put ads at the end of the video. Because what I used to do, and what I used to really enjoy doing, I'd do my videos, like my account playthroughs, and then I'd say, look, the video's finished. I'm just going to talk now. And so say it was like a half-hour video, I'd then do 10 minutes of just talking to myself, but about how everything's going and how I'm feeling and all that stuff. And so what I might do is I might do my normal video, do the advert, say, look, the advert's coming up. After that, I'm going to have a chat, and then do the chat so people can watch if they want to watch it. Because AdSense revenue for me won't be enough to make a difference in my life. So if people want to support it, then that's the way they can support it. Oh, do they? Then I'll see. I really don't want to do it. I really don't want to do it. But I'll see. I'll see. Is a trans puppet worth having early mid-game? I need the food, but I do not use the trans puppet. So, Clunky, use it for food, bro. What you can always do, if you have a hero that you imprint, like a trans hero, if you imprint the trans hero, I don't think any of these matter, you can then regress the imprints. Oh yeah, because it says a tenant for 500 gems or whatever it is, and get the puppet back. So don't worry about it. So yeah, Clunky, you can absolutely do that, dude. You don't have to worry about it whatsoever. You can do that as and when you please. Once you've treed them, you can't then do it. So just bear that in mind. But it's useful to have. But if you're not using it, then you can get them back later on. You've got two trans heroes, and they're both T5. Yeah, right. It's something I'll think about. I will think about it. It depends. Oh, nice, Clunks. Clunky's gone full meta. I absolutely love it. And Robbie, no, I haven't picked a champion yet. I don't know how many views. I think I got. How many views did I get last month? I can check that. I have the facilities. Do you find it also easier, Rake, to check out your YouTube studio on your phone than you do on the PC? Because I think it's infinitely better on the phone, like to find stuff out. So, 17,500 for the previous 28 days. 113 subs. But I love each and every one of you. Clunky, don't go Basilisk if you're keeping Betty and Williams. And Wukong. It'll be really hard to get full use out of him. Go for... I don't know about Williams too much, but I wouldn't... Robbie's about to unsubscribe. Oh, right, Clunky. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because I think you can get away with Wukong and Basilisk together. Yeah, I have. Because but the only thing I'd say is, with this, it depends on the mode. Be prepared to change up with Wukong. Sometimes running Melody, sometimes running Dragon Rui, sometimes not. Because you don't always want to get a massive round 1 stun off. Because Basilisk round 2 can then delete everyone. Depends. Obviously depends on the lineup and the team. It's one of Basilisk's big failings is that you kind of have to set him up to not stun round 1 or CC round 1, and the game's obviously so built around that, isn't it? Kind of got sidetracked. Yeah, but for everyone that was interested in that, yeah, the YouTube studio is so hard to work on the PC, and I've tried as well, like to look at the analytics. It's just so hard compared to phone. Phone's so much easier. I don't know why they've done it like that. Actually, Andrea's semi-useful. I like Andrea. Tussilago, no. Eos, no. Faith Blade's got stuns. Russell, because of Seal Land. I don't think Base Asmo's used for anything. Tara, I feel like she should be useful, but she's not. Michelle's niche. No, Clunky, you can ask, mate. You can ask. You can ask away, my friend. The difficulty is with Basilisk. You don't want him, unlike most heroes, you don't want him active in every single round. Like, you're really happy for him to do it every other round. So he needs some energy feed, but you don't want him to be over energy fed. So you've got Splendid Mirror. 2 glittery demon bells. The issue with Mirror, base Mirror, is a dreadful artifact. Unless you get it to Splendid like you have. But I feel like it's a fantastic artifact when it becomes Spiritual Mirror. One of my favourite ones. But no, I think if you've got 3 energy artifacts, so what are you working with there? 20, 20, 15? No. What is Splendid Mirror? I can't remember. Let's check. But no, I think that's fine. Like, so you also want Will of Winters or Snow Hearts. But I'll show you in a second what I'm kind of rocking. But you've also got to bear in mind that because of the way I do things, I don't particularly care about changing stuff up like minutely. I'm much more of a macro person. Yeah, so 15. Just 15, which is fine. So the artifacts that I rock or tend to rock, and don't sleep on certain artifacts, especially if you want to go down the Basilisk route, is Spiritual Mirror, because I love Spiritual Mirror. Spiritual Mirror. Evil Sonata, don't do that. The Snow Heart and the Will of Windsor decreases enemy speed. It's much more of a PvP based artifact, and this is just a glittery base one. I am going to deify them. I've got a couple glittery ones, so I will just deify them. They're just useful to help make sure you're quicker. But in the main, it's going to be Dantlers on Basilisk, Lingering or Splendid Drury, depending what's easier for you. It's probably easier to do Melodic Strings, isn't it, for Wukong? And then you've got your 4 artifacts. So you could turn around and say, right, I'm going to do 3 energy artifacts, the 2 demon bells and the mirror. And then you could say, I'm going to do, I'd say still get a Snow Heart in. Yeah, and yeah, there you go. Listen to what Rake said. Rake knows far much. So Deific Snow Heart, best artifact for void bosses. For Basilisk, it makes perfect sense because it just helps slow them down off rip. Oh, nice. You're clunky. All I'd say with that is just think. Be really careful, right? Because if you're free to play or light spender, it's not the easiest thing in the world to get origin chests. And once you've done them and used them, it's very hard to bring shit back. Why? Hold on. Am I being stupid? No one answered that fucking question. No one answered that question. Why? Out of interest, Rake. Why is it bringing it to 0? Oh, right. So if you've got 5 of them, you've got the Splendid Will of Winter. Is that the strat? Yeah, needs 5 though. I mean, do you know what? Why? How is the game coded like that? Why is it not cumulative? So for instance, it takes 20% off to become 80% attack, say, and then it should take 16% off. Then it should take whatever. How stupid that you can cheese it like that. That's all right, Kay. No worries, dude. Yeah, that's stupid that works like that. Yeah, stupid. Clunky, what did you just say? You've used 2 for Lingering Glittery. Makes sense. Yeah, well, Dantlers Deific Antlers is the Basilisk specific one. Like, if you want to play Basilisk, Deific Antlers is the best artifact for him. It's like it's built for him because he's such a heavy multi-hitter. Having all those skill damage and precision and attack boost is amazing. And then, obviously, even if you turned around later on and said, well, I'm not going to use Basilisk, you've still got a phenomenal boss damage dealing artifact there. Because once you make it glittery, you get the all damage dealt boost every round. So you could build that pretty indiscriminately, I think. And I feel like you'd be safe doing it. Yeah, personally. 100%. That's what I say. Yeah, but even then, even if you didn't, even if you turn around and you wanted to go more traditional, you can still use the Dauntless for basically anyone. Because a lot of the time, obviously, round 1 active, depending on the hero, isn't so crucial when you're talking about boss fights that are going to last 16 rounds. So you could use the Dauntless and you end up getting 9% around times 15. So whatever that ends up being, 135 or 144, depending if they count the first round or don't count it, whatever it is. So yeah, you can use that for lots of different things. Yeah, but bear in mind, I said Aspen is going to fall off sooner rather than later. Oh, you don't have Aspen. Don't go for Aspen. Don't go for Aspen. He falls off chapter 7 or 8. And Aspen's fun, but if you go that far, you're going to have to get his Noble Core. If you get his Noble Core, you're kind of tied into him. So, like, it's fine if you've already got him. If you haven't got him, I wouldn't recommend it, especially because you're going down the route of Basilisk, which means, potentially, which means you're also going to go down the route of Wukong and Sylvie because they're the tenants, which also then means that you should be going down the route of Madeline. So these heroes don't work the same as obviously with Aspen, so it means you'd be switching up. So yeah, the great thing about going for a Basilisk team is you can then switch up later and you can turn around and say, well, Madeline's a tenant for Williams, so if you want to switch to Williams, you could do that, and then you could get rid of Sylvie or keep her for the shields, or just use Wukong. So I think they're actually building Basilisk / Williams. There's lots of counterplay between them, like you can shift and not have too much problems. Clunky, let me just say right now, that is a trap. That is a fucking trap if you do that, because you've got I know why you're saying that, and believe me, I've thought that. You'd be so much better off using them on Elena or Queen or someone else, depending on what the 100 core chest is for. I've got one that goes to Freya and then one that goes to Elena. Yeah, I mean, Queen's core is not great, but it does trip with a couple of good heroes. So, like, for instance, Queen's core works really well with Madeline because it does the healing, which is great because Madeline wants to do that to get the stuns off, but she's not the best Destinied. But then once you've Destinied everyone else in your team, you might as well do Queen anyway. Yeah, see, listen to Randy's there. That's it. You got that up to Freya chest. That's what I've got as well. Should we look? Let's see what else is in there. We've gone off piste because we were supposed to be doing just tier lists, but we've done the brutal tier list. We can do the fun ones after this. I've got 2 of them down here. So this goes up to Freya. Yes, but right. Holmes Young is incredible. Like, he's incredible. And you're going to want him at some point. Freya has phased out the game. Eos, I don't know if she ever was part of the game. Obviously, Vesa now is stronger because of the treasures. I think she was overhated anyway. So, but you, Clunky, I would say, as I said, Holmes Young, especially when you Destiny, he's very much like Arania. He's not the best until you get into Destiny. But the fact that you've got a full core sitting here, yeah, I wouldn't, because the thing is, it's different. If you had 4 cores sitting here, right, and you were like, well, I might as well make Aspen's Noble Core, 100%. But you don't. You've got 1 or 2, depending if you've got this one or not. Yeah, this one goes further. But then you're then still going to have to take 4 other core chests to build them up, right? So you're still wasting stuff. So just be careful with it. The cores are like, along with the Star Souls, I haven't got to that part of the game yet. Once you've used them, you've used them. So be really careful. Just make sure that you're not wasting them. You're always better to hold off, you know? Especially, and on top of that, make sure you've got enough Destiny material. Like, there's no point going crazy and nobling core someone if you haven't got Destiny material to level them up. That's not cheap, and it's obviously not an easy thing to get hold of. So, yeah, I would say, I've always said to people, play the game how you want to play it. But there's obviously a few rules you have to stick to. And one of them, for sure, is just be really careful with cores. Yeah. But you're good. As I said, I don't think you'd regret it if you'd done it on Queen. But as I said, you're still going to therefore be using rewards to get it for Queen, and you don't want to be doing Queen anytime soon. Wukong, I can't see how Wukong, because of how he works, and the fact that we're moving towards a shield meta to try and counter the burst, right? With the recent heroes coming out, that's what's happening. They're introducing more and more shield heroes. I just feel like Wukong's fantastic, and that he's going to stay relevant for X amount of time. So if your first hero you Destinied was Wukong, I don't actually think it's optimal because of his core, but I turn around and say, well, you're not going to regret it. Like, you're not going to regret the fact he's Destinied. So, yeah. I don't even know I don't even know who's first recommended for Destiny. Obviously, it's your carry, and Wukong's not going to be your main carry. It would be Basilisk. I haven't regretted Basilisk one bit. Not one bit. I love the fact I've done Basilisk. Not in a creepy way. But yeah. Shields are cool. And Barry? Sorry, Randy? Randy was ahead of the curve. Because as I said, they are coming in hot. They are for sure. For some, and I presume, as I said, I presume they've done it to counter the burst, which I don't think they don't come across like they're a fan of it. Like, if you look at a lot of the recent heroes, they've all been shield heroes. Why would you do that? Well, the reason you do that is to counter it, to counter the burst. So Madeline, Wukong, Norton Hague, all of that good stuff. Sylvie. I like Sylvie. Yeah, don't, innit, Clunky? This is the problem. I was trying to go back to... I was trying to, but I do like talking. Shock. I've been streaming for 2 hours. It's 8:30. I could... If you said to me, how long have I been streaming for 45 minutes or have I been streaming for 2 hours, I would bet my house that I've been streaming for 45 minutes. That's fucking crazy. Absolutely crazy. Wild. Have fun, Clunk. Hit them headshots. Yeah, Jason. I stand by that. That's the thing is, right? It depends how your team's set up. So, for instance, what Clunky was talking about, he's got two transcendent. Unless I'm getting confused with people, he's got two transcendence heroes, and he's like at tree 5, and he's ready to destiny someone. Well, at that point, he's going to go for a main damage dealer. The support is the obvious one because support fits in loads of different teams. If you're someone like him, who kind of knows what he wants to do, then you can go for it. But I mainly say to people, like, I don't like giving people succinct advice. So I don't want to turn around to people and say, don't Destiny Aspen, it's a terrible decision. Because ultimately, I feel like I want people to play the game they want to play. But it's still a bad decision. And so normally when I say to people, say something like that, like the support thing, I have a different opinion maybe, like about who I would do first. Like, because for me, for instance, I've done Basilisk was my first Destiny hero. Yeah, it is. But Jason, here's the problem. I want people to play the way they want to play. So I've done Basilisk, and I know that if I turn around and hated Basilisk, I would get over it, that I'd got his noble core. However, if I recommend to you to do that, to Destiny Basilisk, and you don't like him, I've wasted your noble core on someone you don't like. So I have to be very careful with the advice I give. My advice of destinying a support first is presuming that you've got a 6-team trans hero team all at T5. And then you'd go for a support, because depending on the hero, you can only get them to D2 if it's your first Destiny hero. Doing that isn't this massive jump up. But for me, my first Destiny hero was Basilisk, and I'm fine with that. My second was Melissa. So you've just got to be careful. Like, so yeah, that's why I give advice that I don't always follow, because I don't want people following my advice and fucking up, and then I'd feel really bad that I've given a bad advice, right? There's so much nuance to all of this. Envy, why is it bad? You're a noob and thought Aspen was good. You're not a noob, dude. Aspen's like the best boss damage dealer in the game. So when I say it's a bad decision to Destiny Aspen, it's because what's going to happen is you're going to bottleneck very quickly in Void campaign. Once you get to like chapter 6, 7, you're going to bottleneck very quickly. And Aspen just doesn't do enough. He's still useful for your account because you can use him in boss fighting. That's his main advantage over basically any other hero, right? Say you destinied, say Basilisk like me, and then you realise you hated him. You can't then use him for basically anything else, right? You've got a dead noble core sitting there. With Aspen, it's bad because if you're free to play or light spender, cores are hard to get, and I feel like it's going to limit your progress if you pick Aspen. But if you've already done it, don't stress. Like, at least he's still a decent hero, but for stuff like Void campaign, he's just not enough. I think he still does really solid in PvP, especially if you've built him correctly. And you've still got, I said, Void bosses, Seal Land, he absolutely dominates in. All that good stuff is still fantastic. But a lot of people judge their progress on Void campaign. Like, it's like the thing they do, and he's just not great at it. But just don't be upset that you haven't. Don't be upset. Yeah, it's not a problem that you've destinied it. Xenon, we'll have a proper conversation in a minute about you. Let me just read it first. Short King. Yeah, if you've got Melody and Rui, yeah, okay, what Randy's just said, I would agree with. The only thing I disagree with... Yeah, Randy, bear in mind, he's talking... So Short King, I presume you're talking about normal mysterious artifact rather than deific. If you're talking about normal mysterious artifact, get some demon bells in. If you're talking about deific artifacts, go for mirror. Don't worry too much about the tanky one. The tanky stuff, like the Dragon Rui, is like, I love the Dragon Rui as a tanky artifact. Massively underrated for that purpose, right? The Dragon Rui, who is probably on Sylvie. HP, control precision, damage reduction. It's a nice tanky artifact with some speed. So even if you're not doing control, you still got damage reduction, speed, and HP. So it still does a bit of tankiness, and it's a versatile artifact. You meant the special ones. They're deified ones. I personally like, for me, this is again where I don't like giving advice on stuff like this. I think the spiritual mirror, it has to be glittery or don't do it, so you have to have two of them, is the better energy artifact over a demon bell. Personally. No, I don't think it is. It is better, right? But obviously it's more expensive because you have to deify it. It depends what team you're running. I really don't think there's anything wrong with making sure that you get a Dauntless Cane. You only need to ever make it glittery. You never need to go any further. So it's a really cheap artifact to build up and just keep there. Unlike the Dragon Rui there that really needs to be 3-star, so a Splendid to be useful. So it depends on your account. Whatever your account mains, i.e. hero-wise, as long as you've either got Dantlers or Lingering, that's great. If you can only build 1 to Splendid, again, I hate giving advice. So you've got you've got a nice little account. So tell me, what's your first team? Like, what's your main team that you're running? And we can all help you out together. Oh, you've already got Splendid Rui and Splendid Melody. And you need another one. I don't get... You don't need to build loads Splendid, bro. Honest to God, right? I think people make this mistake, right? We will be doing more tier list stuff, just in case people want to do that. Right. Everyone is getting a snapshot of all my videos before they're going out, so I hope you're all happy with yourself, right? It's easier because I can fucking see it written out. Where's the spiritual mirror? Here. Right, we're going to go full screen and we're going to scroll in. So for instance, if you look here at the spiritual mirror, the difference from glittery to splendid is not an awful lot. So don't invest extra stuff in it because the base stats aren't getting better. It's this stuff's getting better. But it doesn't feed more energy. It doesn't give you more all damage dealt or anything like that. All it does... No, have I split it the wrong way around? Yeah, they're all the wrong way around. This is why I'm going to check stuff before making the videos. Basically, there is not an awful lot of difference from glittery to splendid. So don't think because you've got enough stuff there to make it splendid that you have to. Oh, bro, yeah, you're flying through. So don't. I would suggest to you, don't worry about it. Don't go to Splendid because you have to. If you've got your Melody and you've got your Dragon Rui and they're both Splendid, start building out some Spiritual Mirrors, bro. Get 2 of these, 3 of these. Do you know what I mean? Because they're better than Demon Bells. Get Will of Winter. Get these. Fantastic. And then you could rock, it depends who did you say you're rocking? You could rock your main hero with your main damage artifact. You could watch Dragon Rui with your Wukong or whoever you're using. And then you can have 2 Will of Winters and 2 Spiritual Mirrors. So that's what I would say. I would say they're the most efficient. You don't need to do the Lingering to Splendid. But I would turn around to you and also say there is not going to be, I don't think, a better round 1 offensive artifact release because I don't know how you can make this better. I don't know how. It's like perfect, right? Holy damage, energy, all damage dealt, and attack boost. So they're not going to release a better offensive artifact for a long time. So that makes sense. Dragon Rui, again, they're not going to release a better artifact for that purpose for a long time. So that makes sense. Spiritual Mirrors, make them glittery. Will of Winters, make them glittery. Don't go crazy with it. And see where you go. Dayron Miguel Espinizo. I think I nailed that. How you doing, dude? I think I've done one, Jason. Should we see? I think I've done one. I think I've done one. It's not called the Blacksmith, though. What did I do? I did one of my very first videos, and to be fair, it would still be correct. Oh, not that. That's correct, to be fair. That's something, if you don't know about it, I'd recommend. Artifact guide and equipment guide. Those 2. Between them, there's some blacksmith stuff in there. And both of those things will help you out. For some reason, the artifact guide done quite well for me. 996 views. 190 only on the equipment guide. But you've got the blacksmith calculations in both those videos, I believe. So you go to the playlist. Yeah, so for instance here, this says all about the artifacts, and then this shows off all the costings, etc., and the efficiency side of it. This shows the different costings. This shows all the upgrade costs. Shows all the different things. And obviously general amazing advice. Huh. Yes. Yes, King. Saying the right stuff. Oh, there you go. I was about to say. Why didn't I do the multicoloured writing? Now I got lazy on the next page. Guys, go watch all them videos. I need to get to 1,000 views on it. So yeah, that's what you can look at there. There is stuff there. And if you've got any specific questions, Jason, ask me. Because I don't think it's particularly tricky once you get the hang of it. But obviously it's getting the hang of it that can take the time, right? Especially if you've been out of the game. I mean, I was out of the game for 5 years, man. When I left, there was no void. There was no stellar shards. E5 was the maximum. Like the game, there's no Transcendence heroes. It was so when I came back, it was fucking mind-boggling. Such a weird game compared to what it is now. There was someone who I was going to speak to. Where was they? Xenon, 1777. You started the game years ago. Got Aspen as your first Transcendence. Haven't played in 2 years, so you're kind of lost. If there's any specific questions you have, Xenon, feel free to ask them, and we'll try and help. It's a difficult one. It's a difficult one, like because it depends. I don't know what state the game was in 2 years ago because I wasn't playing then. I played 2016, 2017 for about a year, and then quit. So I don't know what it was like 2 years ago. I only came back 6 months ago. Hey, Pendlix. So yeah, check that out and let me know what you think. Here's the thing, right? I don't think people. This is why tier lists for me with this many heroes are a bit of a trouble, because I do genuinely care about putting stuff in the right place. Is anyone gonna give a shit where I put Geista? So I'm sitting here thinking, oh, does she go in fun? Or no, she's definitely not niche. She's got to be fun. Okay, that was easy to be fair. Fun because she's still usable. So yeah, fun is the usable tier, basically. But you'd only use them if you wanted to. Niche is there's a reason that you could use them. So for instance, Belrain. Nah. Might as well use Emily. I need to check it out, Randy. I was going to check out Kay's account as well. I haven't. I'm not going to have the time tonight to check out. But we'll do it on Friday because I don't think it's going to be a big event Friday. So we'll have plenty of time Friday. But you already had an amazing Basilisk. So I'm worried. I'm not worried, but I want to know what you've got. Pendlix. You've got to be... Listen. Xenon, you are building the very basic team that is recommended. So what I would suggest to you, and I don't normally suggest this to people, is if you go on Discord or Reddit and you follow the new player guide. There is things that I disagree with in the new player guide, but if you're worried about what heroes to go for and you're already going down that path of the very, right, we're going Eloise and Ticks and stuff like that, that will tell you like step by step what to do. So yeah, go on Reddit. It's laid out for you very easy there. The new player guide, NPG, and it will tell you exactly what to do. I could tell you, but it's going to be exactly the same, and it's easier there because it's written down. So that's what I would suggest. Fan of love. I love the two fans. I think the fans are great. I love crit reduction. And I think that this, and I said this in my Madline build guide video. Check it out, Short King. That this would basically make her indestructible. Like, so for Madline, it's incredible. The only downside for Madline is that this doesn't have speed, this doesn't have energy. And really, you want speed and energy on her. So for me, I actually think it's the wrong thing to do. I would suggest for Madline, for multiple reasons, that you actually go for like Spiritual Mirror or Will of Winter, because you get the energy, you get the speed, which she needs. This is actually better because it gives you 100 energy. But those are the two that I'd recommend for you, bro, to be honest. I also, as I said, I did mention it. If you want to go for something different, you could go for this and you could make her incredibly tanky. It just depends. It just depends. Yeah, it's up to you. Pendlix, listen, brother. I think it's a fantastic hobby to get into doing this type of thing, right? If you're going to... Sean, how you doing, dude? But Pendlix, if you're going to make videos, you asked me earlier, and I didn't respond to it, right? You asked me what did I think of your control tier list. You've done a CC tier list. This isn't throwing shade because I want to encourage you to do this because I find it fun and everyone will try and help you out, right? Same as Sean. Funny enough, Sean, I was persuaded, I was trying to get Sean to do his videos for YouTube, right? So this is coming from a place of, you've got to make sure that you're researching the stuff before you do a video on it. Like your CC tier list, you left some people off. You didn't know what some of them done. So like, I get why it's quite easy to sit down and speak and do it. But if you want to do it properly, you do need to, like, if you do that CC tier list, as I said, you need to make sure you've got definitely all the heroes, even if you're preparing some notes for yourself, etc. Because if you just do a tier list where you just chuck shit on a list, you won't get people interested because they'll know it's fluff. So I'd be really happy if you've done Idle Heroes content, because I think it's really good for the game to have as many people as possible do it. But if you're gonna do it, you've got to really try with it. Like, streaming's easy, videos can be quite hard. Like, it takes a lot more effort. You've got to make sure that you're... Yeah, but Pendix, the important thing isn't getting 400 views. My first ever video on YouTube, this is my first ever video, and I'm fucking embarrassed. I've said this several times already today alone. I'm embarrassed, right? My first ever video is my most popular, and I hated that video. Like, it was a terrible video, and yet it got 16,000 views and 99 likes, right? 99 likes isn't a lot, but percentage wise, 7 people disliked it, to be fair. Yeah, so people understood that it wasn't a good video. If you rush into making something like this, mine was a lack of knowledge, right? And reading off a script. If you rush into it, you won't get people wanting to come back. So you've got to do it properly. Like, I'm happy that, like, the artifact guide's done well and all that kind of stuff contextually well, because they're good beginner guide videos. Like, if you're a new player and you watch those videos, you'd learn. No, but Penny, the thing is, if I do a video, if I was to do, for instance, the CC video, on my list of stuff I've got to do, that's on there, is ranking the different CCs, as well as being like a mini guide, so explaining exactly what they do, right? Because not a lot of people know what's the difference between Twine, Stun, and Fear and stuff like that. So ranking them and giving a brief description, But I can guarantee you, before I do that video, I will know exactly to the letter of what each one does, and I'll have it written down, and then when I do my video, I can look back at it and I won't be able to find a mistake in it, right? I won't be guessing it live, I'll be doing it, and it will be good. Same as when I do my event reviews. Generally speaking, there's not mistakes in them, because it takes hours to do them sometimes. Like, I rushed the last one, but I explained that at the start of the video, because it was Christmas Day. But the one before that took me like 3.5, 4 hours. I know that other people that do the event previews, it doesn't take them 3-4 hours, right? And you can tell that from when they're doing it. But I don't want to do that. I want to be able to look back at my video and be like, right, perfect. I want to try and cut the waffle out, unlike streaming, and know that the stuff there is good, because then you're more likely to get people want to come back and watch your stuff. So yeah, I would say if you're going to do videos, you've got to be prepared to put the time in. And for instance, let's look at my worst viewed video. Flora. Oh, fucking hell. This took me hours. In fact, hours is an understatement. This took me a couple of days, 3 days to do the Flora build guide. And since I've released it, I've had 131 people watch it. So you've got to be prepared that you will make videos that will fail. Yeah, Jason, thank Starg. It's just guesswork. Do you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't know what he's doing, so he's just guessing. Which is why I'm embarrassed. I am embarrassed, and I'm surprised that it's worked for me. Hey, Paco. I'm embarrassed that these are my best videos, because I'm embarrassed by the content that's in them. Not that to be fair, that's right, Appendix, please don't take that as a negative way. Please don't take it as a negative way. I didn't mean any of that. I would love you to do content, but you've got to be prepared. So streaming, you can do on the fly. Content, you've got to do hard. But I put loads of time into these videos, but they just weren't very good. And I can look back now and I know that. But if I unlist these videos, my top 6, no, to be fair, the Monsters one's not terrible. The top 5 videos, I would lose 5, 20, 30. I would lose 50% of all my views on my channel if I delisted these videos. I don't want to do that. Do you know what I mean? So maybe I should. And to be fair, once I release the new videos, I think I'm going to unlist them. I don't want people to find that as their first impression of me. But maybe it was bringing people to the channel. The way I think I was looking at those videos now is they're still getting loads of views, perhaps, right? Even if they're not happy with the content in those videos, they're looking at newer stuff and being like, oh, I like this guy. That's great. That's the reason I've kind of kept it up. But yeah, there is certain content creators who shall remain nameless. I mean, Starg, I wouldn't even consider a content creator. Like for Idle Heroes, I don't know if he makes other stuff. But let's have a look. I was actually looking at him yesterday. Yeah. 23,000 views. Jason, to be fair, I probably could, bro. Actually, that's a really good idea, Jason. I could do that. The thing is now, once the new video's out, I don't care about what it says my total views on the channel is, but that's actually a really clever idea. That's actually a really clever idea. Just change the name. Or even just change it to outdated, ! And leave it at that. Check out 2026 edition. Yeah, I could do that, to be fair. I could do that. But yeah, so yeah, going back, I mean, bloody hell, we started this conversation when Rake was here, like an hour ago. So loads of content's coming out in the new year that I'm going to be proud of, that I'm happy with, that it's going to be vetted and checked, and I'm going to be happy that I've released it, and hopefully it's helpful to people. I feel like it should be helpful to people. I don't know why it wouldn't be. What I'm doing, in fact, funny enough, it's good, Jason, that you're here. What I'm going to do, because I don't want to release all my videos on Discord before I've released them on YouTube, because it's hard to get feedback when you release it to a lot of people necessarily. So the channel members, there'll be like a little lounge on the Discord, and I'll put the videos there, and people that want to watch them and give feedback before I release them can do. So I'll put videos on there a few days before they're going to go up live. So if I need to change anything, I can do, just to kind of get some feedback from it. Because yeah, I want to be happy with what I'm doing. I don't want to just pump out shit and slop. I might as well just quit doing it if that was the case. I like Andrea. This has taken exponentially longer than I thought it was going to. Sean, I'm actually really happy you're here for another reason, Sean. I was hoping you was going to turn up. I was hoping that like you or Ren was going to turn up. I want to get your opinion on some Transcendence heroes in a minute. if you're still knocking about in 10 minutes or so. Because we're going to do the trans version. Russell can be a niche, obviously. Sealand. I still don't know about you guys. Saja could be fun. I mean, there's no need to have her, right? I can see why people would build her. I wouldn't build her. Perfect, Sean. I need some end game experience. End game experience. To be fair, I say experience. Oh, he's experienced. I don't have experience there. It's more validity for my opinions. Gurky's shit. These I can't even ask you guys whether these are any good because no one knows anything about base heroes because no one fucking uses them. So what does Patricia do? Again, she's going to be fun because same as Mockman, any of the main damage dealers you could build an account around. They might not be very good. Sia could actually definitely be fun. I think Adamac probably goes in solid. Jason, listen, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me to do that right now. I'm not going to do that. And I'll explain why I'm not going to do that. I'm really tempted to do it. And Morax. She's when you look at this list of heroes, she doesn't fit in there. So these guys all work into the Transcendence era. These guys can be your main carries through to your first Transcendence hero, and everyone, apart from you, fuck off, can also be used after for certain things, right? Mad Lion does full up attacks. She's like Garuda, but I feel like she's one of the only, because you can. I actually think she'd be really good to be one of the first. No, probably like third Transcendence hero. Mad Lion might even drop down to solid actually, but putting Flora here. I mean, she does, because you can use her. You can use her after, right? She could be your main hero. I mean, she was really good on my account with the Dragon Rui. But obviously, most players aren't going to have a Dragon Rui. They're just going to stick on their Flora. Because it made her tanky and do more control. And her dots are a bit brutal. And it's nice healing. Ah, fuck it. Okay, I've just persuaded myself. Just had a full-on argument, a one-man argument with myself about it. Okay. It's funny because I'd also say you could. I do love Flora. Flora and Morax are like, and Unimax to be fair. I like the mascots of the channel. Wait till anniversary event rolls around, mate, and we do our new account series. Fucking Unimax all the way. We can be taunting left, right, and centre, smashing through people. Right. You're all fun because if they're not your main damage dealers, trying to think logically here, then you wouldn't have them in your team. And you wouldn't have them as your main damage dealers because they're dark and Sia's not very good. But you could do it and still be viable, same as the others. See, even Unimax, I feel like, could be put in solid. I'm going to do it. Fuck it. Because you could run him as your main hero. or you could run him as a support. And I feel like because he's so brutal, you could also then have him. You could then also have him as a support even once you start getting Transcendence heroes. Michelle can go niche because of the stuns and the revives. Hey, Saywad. Do you know what? I'm surprised. Okay, yeah, no, Sherlock definitely. To be fair, there was a couple that I've put that I haven't really thought about. Annabelle's difficult because Annabelle PvP. We talked about her earlier. Annabelle's great for PvP because she targets highest attack, doesn't she? Hold on. But then, in obviously PvE game modes, it's not like a PvP area. The highest attack hero might not even be the one that's the main fucking threat. So you're not maybe hitting the hero you want. Also increases the attack ally with the highest attack by 25%. It's nice, isn't it? Reinforcement spell, magic spell. It's a random back row enemy, bro. So you can't... If it was the highest attack enemy, I'd feel like, okay, that's fine. But yeah, I think she's niche. I think she's... And that is coming from someone... I like Annabelle, but I don't think I'd ever build her because she's not targeting anyone. Like, if she targeted highest attack hero, fine. But she doesn't. She could just end up targeting Ignis, and you're like, oh, well, that's fucking useless. Like, that hasn't done anything for me. But the 25% attack's nice, still. Yeah. But there is different categories, Saywad, to be fair as well. Like, within niche, there's different categories, which I'm going to split up, same as fun. So, for instance, niche, there's two really things, i.e. one, like Gustin, so cheese tactics are in here. Specific game modes, like Russell fits in that one. Yeah, so she does it on both. So she has magic puppet spell and reinforcement spell. But again, you don't know, especially PvE, the person that's killing you might not be the threat. And it doesn't affect bosses. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. PvP, definitely. Because the one that kills her is most likely the most effective enemy anyway. That's not a guarantee. So, yeah, I don't know. But I do like Annabelle. I do like her. I like the fact that there is a storyline between Madeline and Annabelle as well. That's quite cool. Yeah, and so therefore I think niche is fair enough. So, yeah, there's cheese tactics, specific game mode tactics. Stuff like Jara I'd consider in the niche category because she's not as good as some of the CC here. But you could run her and she could still be successful. Sigmund, and then the early game heroes. Sigmund, Valentino, Emily, Grus. Heroes that you can't see, I think Gru might have to drop out. Basic shard heroes that still have uses. Oh, I know Aiden is in... Sorry, bro. And then fun is basically heroes that you just wouldn't use, but if you decided to use them, you could get some use out of them. I think Gloria's got to move. So, for instance, you wouldn't choose to run Nakia, but you could use her and still have success. But there's other heroes that do better things than her. But for instance, Balrog, could you use him for fun? Yeah. He's going to do fuck all though the whole time. So yeah, he just falls there. Do you know what? I reckon Andrea, she does so much healing. She's going in solid because there's not many healers, right? And she does so much healing that she's going to get put in solid. And this can all change, right? So I wouldn't even call her niche because if you need a healer, that's what she does and she's fantastic at it. Yeah, I like Sherlock. I don't, to be fair, when I put Sherlock there, I don't know why I put him there. Sherlock's nice. And he's a bit of a, he's got a bit of cheese about him, but he's all right. Gloria, I can't wait. When I do my anniversary account, right, which we're doing, Gloria's going to be the main. So when I get all those chests for anniversary, I'm pulling out 9 Glorias. And she's going to be my main hero. And we're going to see exactly how far we can push her. With a Unimax support. A support Unimax. Oh, he's so good. Now, Jason, what you've got to bear in mind is this isn't S to F tier. So, these here in fun could easily be better than the ones that are in niche. King Barton dominated my non-meta account. Garuda, I still think is going to be most people's first 10 star, and she does a really good job of that. Flamestrike done an insane amount of damage for me. But the difficulty is they just get outclassed by the heroes. It's funny, you say Cthulhu. The issue with Cthulhu, and I'm gutted they never changed this with him. Right? Here's the issue with Cthulhu. I'll show you what I mean. And they fucked up his imprints, I think. So, caps at 2,000% of Cthulhu's attack. I get why he'd be... Hey, Powerplace, you're right. I get why he's fun in 10-star Cup. Because 2,000% of attack, when we're talking about the attack and the HP at 10-star, is massive. 2,000% of his attack, when you're talking about an E5 V4 hero, isn't a lot. And what you end up doing is you end up capping how much damage you could do naturally by just letting the dots do their magic. So if you used a Cthulhu with a Morax or a Flora, no, not Flora, Morax or Waldeck, you are capping the damage out. Like you are literally, even though this does 120% and it goes up on his imprints, you are, which one was it? It goes up to 150%, but it's still capped at 2,000% of his attack. So, his dots can literally ruin your team rather than help it, like his detonation. But yeah, obviously, I do get why this is nice. I do get why it's nice, and he is fun. But that's why I've put him in fun, because I'm not looking at 10-star. I'm looking at E5, V4 kind of thing, where I think he just falls off. But he's still in fun because you can build a really good team. I mean, as I said, heroes like Flamestrike. I built Flamestrike on my non-meta account. I'd done some boss fights with her. She was fucking lethal because the way she works, she burns at the end of each round and it boosts her skill damage and whatever. It ramps up to by around like 9-10. She's hitting like a nuke and she's doing these insane dots, etc. So you could build around her. But that'd be silly because if you want burns and shit, well, you might as well go for Morax. A lot of these heroes, for instance, Morax would actually just be better than. Or Ailamak would be better than. Or the CC heroes, well, Betty's going to be better than them. So yeah, that's why they're in fun. You could do, but the only reason you do it is because you love the hero. I love King Barton. Gloria, I want to prove this wrong. I want Gloria to be an elite, but I can't. Yeah, base Freya is. Yeah, base Freya solid, bro. Where is? There's not many great support heroes. Like I think I put Melissa. This is where I said, to be fair, Power, we've made this list without too much thought. We may have been streaming for nearly 3 hours, but we haven't actually talked much about this, right? I think Freya with her pollen, whatever it's called, primitive bud. So this was helping me get loads of damage with heroes like Freya. And there's not many heroes like this. So for me, because I had her on my team, for me, she was like a massive boon. And she can actually do all right damage. So, yeah, for me, I liked Freya. Base Melissa isn't anything to write home about. Because it's control, immunity, and speed. I feel like that, so she could go into more niche because she's useful, but she's not great, which is ironic because then she becomes the best support hero in the game. But yeah, but Power, if you disagree, I'm more than happy to hear it out. Hey Paco, we're still on the same fucking tier list, brother. But Power, so I'm more than happy to hear you out on it. And it's difficult because a lot of people haven't used these heroes in years, because why would you? So if you're someone who's used them, I'd be really interested to get your feedback, because I've done loads of accounts in the last 6 months, so I've used quite a lot of these, and some of them up to V4 like Flame Strike. Did I V4? Could I V4 her? I feel like I got them all to V4. You can't V4 her, surely. Oh, you can, yeah. I did V4 her. I thought I had. But yeah, so it's interesting. Because I love this. I said I'm really looking forward. I've got loads of video ideas that are going to come out. So by the time we get to anniversary of July, I'd have gone through all them, and then I'll be really looking forward to do start my account playthroughs again. But it will be the new account. It's going to be free to play, because by that point I will be able to do the collab with my own account, and I'll be able to do I'll be able to get all the rewards from anniversary, like all the free shit. So it just makes it so much quicker to get over certain humps and just see how far like fucking Gloria and Unimax can push me. Paco, shut up. We're nearly done. Look. 3 heroes. To be fair, we've actually been doing a lot of community work. We've got a few new subscribers, sorry. And they've been asking questions about what to do with their accounts and stuff. So obviously I haven't been given advice. The other people here have been given advice. I'll have to check out Elena. Because I'm not sure what she does at base. Same as Luna. I don't know if she's good, because I know there's some people that fucking love Luna. So I've got to be careful with that. Not to wind people up. We need to check you and Gaggy. That's fine. That's fine. Fine with that. Fine with that. See, Ada, mate. Ada could be an elite. She's so strong. And I actually don't know why people don't run her now, to be honest with you. Nah, SP, this is the general tier list, brother. Is there a bin that I could just chuck him in at the side? Yeah, but I also feel like that an 80% attack boost, is that even that amazing? Now, you tell me. I know, because Rosa, again, he's one of those heroes. Do you know what I might end up doing? Let me get rid of this. I'm going to go back to what you just said in a second. I've got like a very little basic bitch list here, right? Done that, because it's stuff like what do you mean you're so lost at carry? Is that the E5 section? Nah, this is just the general tier list. Balrog and Rosa. You think they should go in the niche category? Nah. I don't know if that's what you mean, but they're not. Rosa, could he go into fun? He's got a death passive, isn't he? Reduces all enemies 20% of armor for 3 rounds. That's not bad at all. That's the one. Oh, it's crap though. The thing is, that would have been so... Oh mate, I know her damage. Her damage used to be... It's not now, Jason. It's not now. It used to be. Her nuke used to be insane. Compared to what can happen now, I don't know. Oh, okay. So to be fair... But like, you could make... He's viable still. Saywad, in my original tier list, I did have like a useful thing, but then I'm considering niche. Niche is going to be split up into different categories. Niche is like that. So niche is right for cheese, for specific categories, for early game. So yeah, like Valentino is obviously not that useful, but for early game, 100%. Like if you end up getting 5 copies of Valentino, you can build him 10-star. He's still going to do stuff for you. Like he has Is it 85? No, it's not. It's got to be 50%. It's a damage reduction. Oh, you can imprint him. Yeah, 50% damage reduction for 5 rounds when below 80% HP. A guaranteed stun. With a chance for more. I didn't realise you could imprint him. Whenever an ally releases skills, deals 330% of attack damage against a random enemy, and has a 30% chance to stun it for 2 rounds. So he's got a follow-up stun. Fucking hell. And he's stun immune. And 30% crit. 60% damage reduction. 4 random enemies, 100% chance to stun, 60% chance to stun, 40% chance to stun, and then just... Mate, is Valentino secretly meta? Could we find a use for Valentino? Listen, Jason. Listen, I'm gonna let you into a little secret. It's not that I don't love Starlight. It's just the thing is that's not good if you're going against 6 enemies. And if you're going against 1 enemy, so it becomes a nuke, you're dead anyway. This is cool. It's not particularly strong. 20% chance isn't great. Yeah. Go for the Valentino. That's it. Yeah. Maisie, but that's the kind. Do you know what? That's the kind of hello for a start. I put him in niche. I didn't know where he and to be fair, what might end up happening is that I changed the tier list names. I feel like he could be in solid, but I haven't. He could go in solid, but the thing is, with base heroes, how much does speed matter? And that's his main thing. So it's kind of like meh. Is Ali in? I haven't seen Ali. Thomas, how you doing, brother? Not SP, but do you know what I can absolutely tell you with a passion, right? All these people that are saying about these heroes are older players that have played the game for a long time. It's nostalgia that is telling them that these heroes are better. We had someone earlier standing over Edgar, who I adore, but he's just not very good. 100% Randy does. So that's why this is happening, SP, is just because... And this is why tier lists are really dangerous to do. I on one of my tier lists, I don't know how I'd done it. I'd left out Patricia, and someone commented and was like, "Where's Patricia?" I was like, "Brother, you've seen this tier, seen a tier list without many heroes." He's like, "Where's Patricia?" Fair comment. I hadn't put Patricia in it, but that's what he picked up, and it's like, okay, so you've got to be. There is always someone that is going to have a particular affection for a certain hero that you don't understand or I don't understand, but people take it so to heart if you don't agree with them on a certain hero. Now, Jason's a member of the channel, and if he turns around to me and he says that he wants Starlight higher up than Food, I will consider it. I won't consider it for very long. Yeah, but I will consider it. Because I think she's just... There's other heroes that hit harder than her now. The 20%... And it's different. It maybe if she had imprints, like Valentino there, honestly, I was looking at Valentino there thinking, fucking hell, like he's got some stats on him. Bloodblade. No, stop it. Oh god. Is this what we're doing now? We're talking about all the old school heroes. Bloodblade. Doesn't he just stack up skill damage and bleeds? Bleed the target. Increases armor break. Damage against bleeding targets, 140%. That's nothing. Do you remember it? Guys that are older, you might remember this. on Rangers per round. They used to do this all the... Yes, Jason, yes. They used to do this all the time with heroes. So they do specific things against specific classes. So I think Lutz does stuff against mages. 100% chance to stun mages for 2 rounds. Oh. 100% chance to stun mages, 4 random enemies. Is that like secretly OP? I haven't stumbled on something there, have I? Nah, because you can't obviously use them in Void Campaign. I feel like Seal Land, there's got to be elements but then you don't even need him for Seal Land. But like stuff like that's so niche and cool. Nah, it's just the whole tier, Maisie. It's just the whole tier. They are grouped in as such as, for instance, these guys over here are like your 10-star heroes that you get to 10-star and you play endgame. These are your supports. These are your mains. And it's going to be the same here in the same, like I'm going to do different ones. No, but Paco, it's not. And can I tell you why it's not? I'm going to put... the only reason I've put everyone on the tier list is because everyone gets upset if I don't put their hero on. When it comes to me doing the this isn't the video, obviously. When it comes to me doing the video is going to be like 6 minutes long. I'm going to get everything lined up and looking pretty. I'm going to have 4 or 5 heroes up here that I want to talk about and then place them as I go. And that's the tier list. The tier list is much more about... This tier list is more about engagement than anything. No one's going to... You don't learn a lot from this type of tier list. I don't think. I genuinely don't think. And the thing is, I could go into like niche heroes that I think deserve some spotlight, but people tune off the video when I do that, and I've fucking seen them do it on the analytics. So, yeah. Yeah, 6 or 7 minutes. I haven't done one since you left, Paco, you bastard. Finn can stay at the bottom like the trash bag he is. SP, why are assassins not viable? That's a great shout. Why are they not viable? Unfortunately, the problem with assassins is... The problem with assassins is that they are normally single targeting heroes. And so even if they were doing a lot of damage, why would you pick someone that's single targeting when you could pick someone that, like a Basilisk or a Vulcan or anyone else that hits loads of troops for the same amount of damage, but it's more of them. Paco, I love it. I love 6-7 memes. So yeah, that's why assassins don't. I mean, there is obviously some caveats to that. Drake and Heartwatcher are super viable. I think Ithaca is still viable as a hero. You've got Rogan, who you could argue still has a place, especially early game and for Seal Land. But that's probably it. I mean, Lord of Death Azrael, people have some use for. I don't really understand it personally. I've never used him, not interested in using him. But yeah, certainly it's the weakest. Yeah, Lousy Tenants, 100% Jason. But there is a trick to that. What I would also suggest, the reason that they've got lower attack percentages as Tenants is because their base attack is higher. So I'd be interested to see what the actual difference is when they're built properly. Neo Hats, I am so sorry. Paco, apologise to Neo Hats that you set me up for a 6-7 meme, and it's his first time here, and that's his first impression of me. He's doing a tier list and doing the 6-7. Yeah, Short King, 100%. That's why he falls off Chapter 7, Chapter 8. Finn is a clown. Finn can go fuck himself. He's the... Right, we're going to do this because there's new people here, so we're going to show them. We're going to show them the Finn hate in all its fucking glory. Worst hero in the game. Worst hero in the game. Right, this is a new hero. Block. Okay, weird. Basic attack. One enemy, 70% chance to inflict shapeshifting. Not 100%. Not more than one. One enemy. Terrible. Passive. End of each round. If he has more than 100 energy, gives himself extra 40 speed. Shit. Attacks 3 times. Each deals 600% attack. Damage to one enemy. 70% chance to inflict shape-shifting. 70% chance to inflict Mask of Deceit. Mask of Deceit is just on one enemy. And it's only 70% chance. It's basically like a shitter version of Annabelle. He is terrible. He deserves to go in the bin. I hate him so much. He's the worst hero. He's the worst base hero in the game. And I wish he was fucking deleted from the game. Sorry. I just had to get that out of my system. It's been a few weeks since I've gone on a rant about Finn. Paco, it is your fault. I can't control myself. Maisie's, that's the shittest rage bait in the world. Maisie? I'm not in denial about anything. I'm a grandpa. I'm happy that I'm a grandpa. I'm not technically a grandpa. Neo Hats, we're all lovely here, to be fair. Everyone's really nice. So I hope you enjoy your stay with us. Yeah, Saywad, listen. These people here are 17, 18 years old, so they call me grandpa. I don't take offence to it. Don't take offence to it on my half. I really don't care. 7. It's fucking not. Oh, it's Maisie again. I'm ignoring you, Maisie. Neo Hats, thank you so much. Do you know what's interesting? I've been told that I have a voice for... I was always told at school, more at college, I had a voice for radio. And I've always tried to pronounce my words properly, right? Combine that with an Essex accent, which is normally quite a strong, chavvy, difficult to understand accent. It means that it is a very easy to understand way of speaking. So we've talked about MK before. I find MK extremely easy to listen to. But he's from Liverpool, which is like the worst accent in the world. And he was on stream with us once, and I asked him about it, and he said that there's no way he could speak in that accent and get people to watch him because you wouldn't understand him. So I make an effort to speak clearly, and there is certain words that I pronounce completely differently than I ever have before since I started doing this. It's like artifact. I proper pronounce the artifact, CT at the end, because I don't want to say artifact like I probably would before. What genre of radio are we talking about? To be honest with you, I don't know what genre of radio I'd be. But as I said, it's more... a lot of people have said they like just listening to me talk, which I find bizarre. I find myself boring sometimes. But then I suppose if you've just got something on in the background to tune out what you're doing, and you don't want to concentrate on what they're listening to, I'm a great person to do it to, because most of what I say isn't worth listening to. And see, if you happen to like the cadence of my voice to go alongside that, fucking winner. And it helps with me. I love lurkers. They're the least hassle in the world. They don't ask me questions or try and get me to change my tier lists, Jason. They just sit and chill. Nah, I don't mind the Swedish accent. I think it depends what part of Sweden you're from. So Sweden can have quite a higher pitched, and you're right, it can be a little bit irritating. I deal with a lot of Swedes, or have that, not recently to be fair, but over the years I've dealt with a lot of Swedes, and I feel like it's something that you get used to very quickly. Sometimes they'll have like a twang in their voice that can just grate you a bit, but then bear in mind, we have to listen to the Northerners, and they are far worse than any Swedish person I've ever spoken to. 100%. SP, the Scouse, the Brummie accent, the Scottish accent, Irish can be okay, heavy Welsh accent, home counties, the Southwest, the Roadman London talk. To be fair, only people I like listening to are people in the south of England, to the east. Any other part of the country, I don't want to listen to them speak. And you might notice when you watch, whether it's sports or anything like that, vast majority of the time, they're from the southeast because they're the people that people want to listen to, because you don't want to be off put by the accent you're listening to. Gusk, yes, bro. He's still here. He's still lurking. Yes, Dark Lance, West Ham. I've missed you, man. Do you know what? I felt really sad doing this. I've called you out a couple of times because I haven't known where you've been. And I've said West Ham and you haven't cropped up. Randy's been calling you out, not kind of calling you out. He's been saying, where's Lance? VH saying racial comments in accents is crazy. What racial comments have I said? Yeah, Gusk, 100%, dude, 100%. I used to do it with when I came back to the game, which was March time, when Sylvie got released. I used to play the game and I'd have MK's videos on in the background, like his account review videos. So I wasn't really taking in what happened, but it's enjoyable when you're playing something to have that on in the background. I haven't made any racial comments about accents. I just hate anyone that's not from where I am. Anyone north of London is a northerner, and I don't like them. Anyone west of London, I don't like them. Anyone in London, I really don't like. So basically, I've got this very small... Let me get the map up. I'll show you what part of the country I like. I'll show you what part of the country I like. Hold on. It's a very small part. And even then, there's parts of this place I don't fucking like it at all. Let's get English map up. English map. I don't want it in English. I want a map of England. I don't care about the language associated with it. Right, here you go. Right, this will show it. This will show what I like and what I don't like. Okay. Go away. What the Why is it so hard? I can figure this out. Right. So, this is the part of the country that I like. Why is it not letting me go on there? Right. So this is the UK, right? And Kent, good. Most of it. Surrey, this half of it, good. Oh, West Sussex and East Sussex. The northern part of Sussex, good. So I'd say we've got like this circle here. Oh, shit. Is good. I would suggest that this part of Essex is good. The north is a bit of a bit country for my liking. Suffolk can be nice as long as you don't run into any locals. So yeah, I would suggest that that's the good part of the country, is like this little circle here. We don't like any of London. Some of Hertfordshire's okay. Some of Berkshire's okay. Some of Bucks is okay. We don't like Oxford. So you could basically draw Norfolk sucks, right? So you get a line, go like that. Is it? I'm actually going to draw a picture. Right. Just so there's no confusion about what I'm suggesting. But this is critical to the stream at this point. Right. So what I'm suggesting... Well, listen, you're learning a lot. So Paco, if you ever come here, for a start, if you ever need a place to stay, you come to my house anyway. Right. So we like... The stuff in the red is good. this, right? And then you've got like a little bit of Herts, Oxfordshire, Berkshire. And to be fair, most of Surrey as well. None of that. These are the good places in the country, right? Everywhere else sucks balls. We just don't go there. Shouldn't go there. I mean, Scotland, just write that off. Let me just... Let's just do that to Scotland. Just duplicate that. Let's do that here. And the north. The Welsh don't like us, but we'll cut that in because I said this. So I think we could just destroy this as it is. Right? If you destroy all of this area here around it, we can tolerate. But it's this ticked area is the area that we like. Anything outside of that, don't go there. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Probably get killed. But yeah. I didn't forget incognito. I just don't care about incognito. I don't need incognito for you chaps. I haven't been doing nothing. Yeah, Mosey, to be fair, I said anything north of London is the north. It can go. Anything west of London, apart from, as I said, Bucks, Berks, Oxfordshire, but little bits of that can go. Surrey, okay. Most of Kent, okay. South Essex, okay. We don't like London. So, yeah. What did Paco say? What did you say, Paco? Neo Hats, it is godlike. So, Maisie, listen, I have never banned anyone from my YouTube chat. West Ham slander, and this isn't a joke, will get you timed out. I will put you in timeout. If you insist on continuing, you will get banned from the chat. I'm just saying, I'm giving you a fair warning. Everyone here heard that. No, Neo, we like 67 jokes here. 67. SP, let me just say something right now. I'm 34. I had a West Ham season ticket from the age of 11 to 14. So we're talking about 20 years ago, right? So 2002 to 2006. There was racist chants in that stadium every other week when we were playing home games. And everyone done it. It's the bizarrest thing. And I look back at it now and it's funny, like, I'm not racist. I've got no issue with people with any skin colour. But when you're a kid and everyone's doing it, you do. It's so weird. Like, football is... it's a toxic environment at the best of times. And that was only 20 years ago. Like, we're not talking about, like, the 80s. Like, players were getting racist abuse left, right and centre every week. Every week. And it was just ignored. Oh, yeah, because do you know what, Maisie? I can't stand it. I'm lucky. I've never actually been called a racist. But it's one of those things. I think when you have... And listen, we're not getting into politics. The last time I said we're not getting into politics, we talked about politics for like 3 hours. Right? We're not talking about politics. When you say certain things... Like if you turn around and say, I don't want... No. Right. We're not talking about politics. I'm going to stop myself. I'm going to have some kind of self-control. You get called it, like it's just a word that's thrown around. I can't stand it. Oh, SP 100%, brother. And it does all the time. Yeah, but hate finds hate. Like, do you know what I mean? And so that's why I don't try and encourage it. And I try and stay positive, especially with you guys and girls. I try and stay positive because, yeah, hate breeds more hate. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Yeah, Pack. I agree with you. I agree with you. Neo Hats. Leaving horrible. You've been mean about my age. Yeah, mate, I'm sure you do. You can carry us through. You can be our hard main carry with the hate. So, I think that's mainly done. Do you know what's funny? I could go back and find the timestamp. When I said to Sean, I'm really happy you're here. I was hoping you or Ren was going to be here so that I could get help with my trans tier list. And I think that was an hour and a half ago. And I said, don't worry, Sean. I'll only be 5 minutes. And then you can give me some help. That was fucking an hour and a half ago. Yeah, but Saywad, here's the thing. I think it is funny. And do you know what? Eze's great at it. Eze will take a joke about race. You don't know who's watching, who's listening. I don't know what can be clipped out of context. I don't know any of these things. So my worry about making risky jokes is that it comes back to impact me. So it's just not worth it. Like, as I said, the group chats used to get horrendously spicy with stuff back in the day. But it's not worth it for me to do it now. You guys can do what you want, but I wouldn't do it in this chat. We have a naughty corner on Discord where you can go and do whatever you want. You can go and be as naughty and say whatever you want, as long as it's not illegal. That was like the one rule I told the people. Don't make it illegal, or I have to shut it down. And if you're hearing about this for the first time, it means you weren't invited to the naughty corner. If you want to go to the naughty corner on Discord, ask me or Ali, and we'll add you to it. Okay. And soon to be others as well. We are having more mods put on the Discord. It's something I need to message people about and ask them. Right. Because I also appreciate the people I want might not want to do it. I can't just make someone. But I think especially with work coming back up, and Ali works a lot, Kay's obviously got school, it might make sense to have a couple more people. So even if we're over modded, I'd rather that than under modded. Panda, listen, you're the second person that's joined during a terrible time of the stream. Please don't judge us on that. You're fine. This is fine. We're going back to talking about tier lists now. So you're absolutely going to love everything we're doing. Because it's all about idle heroes. We're not talking about politics or race or anything like that, because that's not what we do. We are very multicultural here. Who said it was you, Paco? You would explain. You came back onto the stream after abandoning us to go watch a film with your family, like a heathen, and then you brought up 6-7, and so I had to do it. Son said, you get murdered in your sleep if you don't do it when someone says 6-7. So I had to do it. Yeah, Panda, don't rewind. Panda, how are you doing, man? A new person. Out of interest, is this the first time that you've been to stream? First time you've seen me? Have you seen in my videos before? I always like asking. Oh, Neo Hats, I didn't ask you that either, bro. Where have you come from? Is this just if you see me on here? Have you seen my amazing event previews? Best out of the community. I don't care what anyone says. Unless Rake's watching right now. In which case... No, Rake doesn't even do event previews. No, I can say that with impunity. Perfect. Excellent, Panda. Well, I'm happy you're here, bro. You're more than welcome. Are you a early game player? Late game player? been around a long time? What's your situation, friend? It's another thing I'd like to know. What type of demographic are we getting into? Perfect. I appreciate you've decided to give me a chance, Neo. We're going to do the trans tier list first. And then, because I think the trans tier list is possibly easier. Certainly than when I've done it before. I had no idea what I was doing before. It was just a guess. I did search stuff up, but it wasn't from experience, which I hate doing stuff not from my own experience. I've been trying to learn stuff on the different Discords. I've been a more active member of the official Idle Heroes Discord, which is difficult because some people are dicks on there. But some people are incredibly helpful and seem to be giving me a chance, which I appreciate. Shout out to Lex and Nolds and stuff. They won't be watching this. But they were very helpful today in explaining some stuff. And Theme the Skillless, who I think had an issue with me before, but I think since we started communicating a bit, I think we're okay. Because there's so much knowledge with people on this game. And it's so useful. I said sometimes it's not the easiest thing to get information out of people. And I think the problem as well, with the way I ask, one, I also fully understand that just because they're on at that time, they maybe don't want to explain, which is fine. But sometimes people have got annoyed, I think, at the way I've asked. Like, because I question it. I'm questioning it so I can understand it. Like, earlier, I couldn't understand. Kay doesn't have any knowledge. No, I'm joking. Kay does have knowledge in case he's watching. I didn't... Oh, Koji, I was wondering where you were. I didn't understand why Alakita could round one nuke. And when I've asked a question before, they've just said that, and I've got shut down. Because of the way I ask, maybe they think that I'm like questioning what they're saying, i.e. questioning they're wrong, when it's not. When you've got so many heroes in the game, what I really want to know is a bit more of the details around it. So if I'm not using Alakita, because it makes sense to me because they've explained it properly rather than just, oh, this thing does loads of damage round one. Because I know about it. Next time I don't have to ask because it's in my memory bank. Which is really hard to know, right, what do heroes do and what don't they do without looking it up. Especially when there's just so many of them. Lance, no, they do. They do know. I think it's just... And again, I do get it. They don't want to explain because maybe they haven't got the time. Sometimes people don't listen. But like... And I thought the conversation actually was going quite poorly earlier between me and someone on the Discord. And then it got better. And then when I looked at it back with a fresh mind, it actually went okay. So again, I'd misinterpreted a couple of things. But people take me saying, are you like, why is this? Why is that? Why is that? As like, oh, I'm disagreeing with you. And it's like, no, I'm not disagreeing with you. I want to know why. And then I won't have to ask next time. So, I don't think Soul's here, is he? Oh, Soul is here. Oh, Paco leaving us again. Abandoning us twice in one stream. Horrendous. Pac-Man, thank you for joining us. I hope you had a great film with your family. And I'll catch you later, bro. I'm going to DM you tomorrow as well. Don't worry, it's not feet pics, it's something else. And thank you for sending, and both to you and Maisie, thanks for sending the stuffer about the Golden Crown. I appreciate it. No, listen, I saw Koji's message about his phone. I saw Soul was here at the start of the stream, so I said hello to Soul. And then he said he was going to come back. Feet pics. Listen. I'm not allowed to promise feet pics because it's against YouTube's terms of service. All I'm going to say to you is any channel members that have bought a membership that would like feet pics can have them anytime they want. unlimited feet pics. But just let me know. Paco doing a good job. Well done, Pac-Man. Yeah, he is worse out of stream. No, to be fair, I think it depends on unlimited soul. Unlimited. For $5 a month, unlimited feet pics. Why has that gone blurry? I can't control that. Oh, did you? Sorry, I missed that. What was the film called? Yeah, Paco's leaving us with bated breath. He's not revealing what film he watched. We're all just guessing. It's Paco's world and we're just living. Oh, Panda, you didn't have to do that, bro. Bless you. Panda's now going to get feet pics. And to be fair, you came at a really bad time. It's the fact you've still bought a membership. It's amazing. Panda, so you get to pick your colour. Rake's the only one that hasn't picked his colour on the channel members thing. I gave him pink because I thought he'd appreciate it. So you need to let me know a colour. You heard 3 feet picks. Yeah, 100%. So Panda, thank you, brother. You got to pick a colour. So then next time I stream and on my event previews, you get your name up on there. Yeah, so you let me know what colour you want and I'll put your name up. Blue. Panda, we can do blue. Hero. Thanks, buddy. I really do appreciate it, man. A lot. Why? Do you know what's funny? No! I'm going to run out of pics of my feet. Can't do that. I can't have both of you. Right, Neo, pick a colour. Pick a colour now. Oh. I have got beautiful feet. Yeah, Neo hats. Thanks, guys. You're both amazing. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It is nice. Orange. That's absolutely fine, Neo. Perfect, brother. Koji reads his feminism books. There's nothing wrong with feminism books. The fruit of colour. Do you know what? Actually, Soul, that's surprisingly deep. Because that is true, isn't it? It is the fruit of colour. Paco, I'll take it easy, man. Have a good one. I said I'll speak to you tomorrow. And Koji, make sure your phone's good. I need to speak to you tomorrow too. Would it have been a problem if you said stripes as a colour? Neo, tell me what stripes you want. I'll see what I can do. Well, look, guys, why don't we fucking try it? Listen, what are we talking about? We can try it now. Oh, it's brighter than the sun. So, oh no, I can't do it. I'm gonna have to put a black background on because it's too bright for my face. Oh, I don't think. What I don't want you guys to think is that I don't care about you, right? So when you say, oh, I can't find it. It's there. So when you say you want stripes, yeah, no, everything's fine. I'll talk to you tomorrow, brother. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Paco. So you can have stripes, blue and yellow. Do you know what, Neo? Let me figure that out tomorrow. I'm not working until the new year. Blue and yellow for Neo. Stripes if possible. Do you want Neo or Neo hats? Doesn't matter to me which one. Neo hats can also work. Maisie, I'm really sorry. Listen, I love all of you guys. And to be fair, a lot of you have been very supportive. Yeah, Paco's going to be... I was going to ask both of you to do it, but I didn't want to do it properly on stream, so I was going to ask you guys tomorrow. Because, so yeah, Koji and Paco I was going to ask to do it. But there is contingency to that, which is we need to stop. There is some arguments that are occurring that I know aren't serious, but that we need to keep a lid on so they don't become serious. But if you guys could commit to that, I'd very much appreciate it. Because the thing is, fucking brighter than the sun. When I'm sitting here with 10,000 people watching me, you guys can say, you were my mods first. And then we'll all be rolling in the money together. What's more likely is that it doesn't go past what it is at the moment. That much more. But you'd still get to say your mods on an Unk's Idle Heroes channel. But yeah, you just can't. We just can't. We just got to chill out on the arguing. So, you have something you're working on that would make an insane video. 2,000 cores live on stream. So, the only thing... Do you know, right, on a serious note, I think that'd be really cool. I'd like to do that. The reason that would be really cool... Let me think about it. So you do 10 at a time, it's 200 pulls. It depends, right? Like today, where I've been doing this. Yeah, it makes you shut up. Where I've been doing this, it could be background to it, like pulling 2,000 cores. The difficulty is, like, in terms of like a video rather than a stream. Oh no, you said stream, to be fair. No, originally you said video. That's what I was gonna say. No, for a video, it doesn't make much sense. Like, people don't tend to watch the opening videos in Idle Heroes. Not that I've seen anyway. Not that I've had success with. But I'd be really happy to do it if you wanted to do it anyway. And you wanted to see it done on stream, and we could kind of catalogue the luck, so we could turn it into like what I've done here, right? Where I've been doing this whilst having a chat with you guys. I could do that with your cause. We could keep a tally up, so we could keep how many light and dark ones you get, etc. How many Now, here's the thing though, Soul. Here's the thing. Fate or guidance. Fate or guidance. I don't think I could do it on guidance. I think it'd have to be on fate. Yeah. Fate. It has to be fate. Otherwise I wouldn't do it. Mama didn't raise no bitch. She raised someone with a big head. Big dreams. Not a bitch. Cat meow. I don't know why that made me laugh. Cat meow. Adnap. Cool. 2k in guidance. Nah, I'm not doing it in guidance. Cat meow. Hey brother, is Alakita great on early? I think she nukes early enough. But she does get better when she's subbed. Destiny obviously she gets better, but I don't think it's essential. Some of her subs make her good, but her as a base hero, definitely. I don't... But you'd still want either a second damage dealer or running her as your second damage dealer, though. Because obviously she does the debuffs, etc. Or you just run her alongside Natalie, and then between them, they're whoosh. So, let me know the other thought as soon as you think about it. Jason, can it be done with an account review as well? If you want an account review, brother, I'll do an account review for yourself. New account, Chinese New Year event, full 4.4k max. You'll pay for it and we go nuts live. I'm confused, Sol. You say, can you spend $4,400? She was suggesting making a new account. Yeah, Maisie, I get. Chinese New Year event. Okay. I mean, listen. Obviously, that sounds incredible. Am I missing something here, though? Why, out of interest, Sol? You're in the Discord. You can always DM me. Because, yeah. Like Saywad said, why? Yeah, can you imagine? Is extra. I think that'd be so. Is the idea of the video, like, or the stream that we turn into video, to see how far you could push on like one day? Is that why you'd max it out? Because I feel like that'd be like oh no, you'd be limited by the campaign, wouldn't you? You'd be limited by the campaign. I also feel like that's not the limit, because if you did collaborative journey with someone and you bought all the packs, those packs are like great for hero copies. But listen, if that's something you wanted to do, that sounds nuts. Just hit me up, let me know, give me some give me your thoughts on it and what you wanted to do. But that would be insane. I don't get it. Is that just to see how far you can get an account in a day? But yeah, as I said, you got me on there. Just let us know. I can't remember what we were talking about before now. Cat meow. Yeah, so I think you can build Alakita first. I think Alakita is a fun hero, bro. So what? That's wild. The only so if you want to gift a few memberships, not joking. Yeah, but Maisie, it's his money. That's for him to do what he wants to do. That's crazy. But bro, how have I not heard? Admittedly, I don't follow other streamers, right? I think it is SB. Out of interest, then, why are you not on the leaderboard? Why are you not up there? Oh no, you are, aren't you? You're. Man, if you want to do that, that sounds fantastic. I mean, obviously that sounds fun. The only thing I'd say is, do you play Amazon? So, out of interest then, why would MK not be doing this? Because I'm sure MK would snap that up. Yeah, but guys, it's his own money. Let the man spend. This is one of those things, and I completely get the people's sentiment to it. People always say that when it comes to spending on things like games. Yeah, but it's like, Sheesh. What do you do? What do you do for work? Tell me. I've had this become the sole show, but I'm fucking fully engaged with it. Yeah, as I said, Soul, you've got the info on Discord. Hit me up and we'll talk about it, because I don't know if you want to talk about it on stream or not. But yeah, hit me up and let me know what you want to do. I've always thought with money, well, you could die tomorrow. It's just one of those things. There's no... So it's one of those things. There's no point holding on much past what you need to make sure you're comfortable. We're doing elite first. Lolly, how you doing, brother? I don't know which Lolly. I might. Do you know what? I might have been overly familiar with you, friend. If you're not the Lolly, are you Lolly 1 or Lolly 2? Are we putting Basilisk in solid or elite? I think we put Lolly. Lolly? I think we put Bazzy. We're going to put him there. We can change it. You think Lolly too? There's so many heroes, bro. Yeah, but I we might change him. No, but elite kind of fulfills that role, right? I.e., you could build Lolly 2. Hey, Lolly 2. You could. I love how you've entered that role. I like it. So, for instance, if you built Patricia, you're going to struggle. I mean, all of the main damage dealers, I'd assume, are going to fall into solid at least, or they'd just be trash or meh. Because otherwise, what's the point? It's the supports more than anything. Yeah, see, we're just going to get into a point where... Nah, because to be fair, I'm picking the heroes I'm most comfortable with. Right? Sean, how you doing? Yeah? It's... Sean, and isn't this always the most difficult part, right? I'm basing this off of kind of where I think a lot of but Koji, here's the problem, right? If you do a tier list for, say you're doing a trans tier list, you're presuming everyone's going to be V4'd anyway, right? So you start saying, well, okay, do it at Tree, do it at Destiny, doing it, say, at Star Soul, say, do it at Nirvana, rather, right? I can't see how I could do that. The argument could be, you could do one Destiny and pre-Destiny. But no, they'd have to be subbed up, because subs make a difference as well. But then the thing is, Maisie, as well, everyone has different opinions. Like, Sean has a different opinion on mid-game to what you'd have as mid-game. So, I was really happy. No, SP, they listened to me instead. See, Koji, right? This is what I'd done on my previous list. I'd done an elite. Don't worry about that. And then I'd done damage dealer and support, then niche, then meh. The idea of it, not so much as like a tier list, like a ranking, but it was to help newer players or players that like kind of understand it a little bit more. Like, for instance, the fact that Natalie can do both. She can be a support, a second damage dealer. Gets lost in translation. Yeah, but Leaf, you say that. No. But there is people that use him for different things. But it's like... I get what Sean and Koji are saying. Because it's like, how do you do Arania in this list? How do you, because she's only really good once she gets Destinied. She's not very good before that. Sherlock, again, you need his core. Betty, you need one core. Yeah, you're going to have to zoom in. Get over it. You won't zoom in once they're on here, because I will... Oh, there. It'll be bigger, and I'll make the sprites fit it. Maybe I'm going to have to rethink this. Yeah, but Coach, if you... Honestly, I did that on my first tier list videos. I went through every tier explaining it. And it was too much. Like, there's no way people were listening to it. I'm going to rethink this. I'm going to... Do you know what? I'm going to rethink the trans... Because I want to do it. But you're right. But I can't just make, like, 5 videos. Because it just doesn't work. People will watch one and then just not take into account the rest. No, to be fair, Sean, you're right, and I hadn't thought. I knew I was going to do a tier list tonight, but I hadn't really thought about it. Even as I was putting them in there, I was thinking, shit, I don't like. I said at the start of this stream, oh shit, I haven't changed these, but this side is damage dealers, that side is thingy. I could do that. I could do it in one video. I could turn around and say, well, this is. I could do one video rather than split loads of videos. So I could turn around and say, oh, there's no point doing a V4. But then I suppose you kind of have to, because not everyone's going to be subbed. I mean, I haven't got everyone subbed. So you could do a V4 at Tree 5 with optimal subs. And then Nirvana. Because you can't start getting to fucking D2, D6, all that stuff. It just wouldn't. But I could do 3, but in one video. And then the heroes that I'd talk about would be the ones that change. Because, for instance, do I really need to talk too much about Melissa? No. Because she wouldn't change between those tiers. Between the 3 V4 Destiny Tree 5. Like, she wouldn't change. Whereas someone like Arania would. So the talking part could explain. Oh, SP. I was explaining earlier on in the video what parts of the UK you would want to visit. And I was explaining that anything north of London, don't go there. Anything west of London, outside of a little circumference, don't go there. Anything too south, don't go there. Don't go to East Kent. Stick to South Essex, South Herts, the Berks, Hampshire, most of Surrey, and a little bit of North Sussex. So that was what that was for, because people didn't quite grasp about the UK. Yeah, anywhere else isn't worth going to, frankly. Personally. Not personally, objectively. Yeah, that's what I'd say. So, if we were to do a tier list, Sean, what do you think about that? What do you, and Coach and everyone else, what do you think? If I was to do one video, but have 3 tier lists in that video, and it would be, yeah, it'd be V4, Tree 5, Nirvana. That's the only 3 I'd need to do. There's no point doing anything before or after that, is there? I don't even, again, souls. When you start talking about Star Souls and stuff, but I don't think that's relevant to 99% of players. So there'd be no point. But certainly, Nirvana is worthwhile talking about, even if you've just got your heroes to D2 or D3. You're still in that ballpark, right? That's what I think I'll do. Right, That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, and SP, that's what I was saying, bro. Like, honestly, that's what I was saying. So when in fact, I can show you. Do you know what? I can show you it, right? This is us looking at Star G earlier on. If we look at my videos, I'll just do oldest because it was my first fucking video. Can I check analytics? No, I need to go on studio. Derp. Only hit. Do you know what's weird? I got 1 sub tonight. Doesn't matter. Yeah, but Koji, I don't want to bait people. I don't want to bait people. I want it to be something that people actually want to listen and watch, right? If you look here, if we look at my first ever video, I hate this on PC. Honest to God, it's so much better on mobile. Right, look at this, right? So you see these spikes here? This is me explaining the differences. These spikes are where I start placing heroes, because I had some heroes at the bottom that I added to the tier list. Every one of these spikes is where I added a hero to the tier list. So people are skipping it until I've placed them. And then skipping until I've placed another. And then skipping until I've placed another. And then skipping until I've placed another. And you can see wherever I've placed a hero, they've skipped to. So they're ignoring all the talking and going, which I understand why they've done it. It's just fucking irritating. So, but doing 3 quickfire tier lists, but just purely, the only real talk on there would be about the heroes that are changing. Maisie, go away. That could work for sure. That's what I think we're going to do. Right, let's do a fun one. This can be, everyone can contribute on this. I've got to get rid of this. Is bugging me. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of all these. We don't need any of them now. What do you mean, SP? I'm not a master player. Are you talking into about my analytics or Maisie bullying me? Let's do this. So to be fair, I mean, all of these guys are going to be on the list somewhere, right? They are. So they can go there. They're going to change from that position. They're not going to stay there. Waldeck, 100% is going to be on the tier list. Vulcan. Nikita, whether or not you want to argue they're good or bad. SP, it doesn't, do you know what? It was interesting because it gave me an insight. And I already knew that people didn't have a great attention span. That highlighted it. And it didn't bother me because the way I was looking at it, if 15% of people were listening to that and they liked what they heard, great. The issue is, did I want them to be listening to the stuff I was saying? Probably not. Why is this not working? It's just not working. So yeah, it wasn't, it's not great, don't get me wrong. It's not great, don't get me wrong. But I've learned before, like that's why I like my event reviews. I now keep the waffle at least waffle as possible. The streams, as you guys know, I waffle. But I don't think people care too much about that. Am I going batshit crazy here or something? Why is it not doing it? I think it is doing it. That's weird. Oh no. That's fine. Fine. Yeah. But I think the only thing I would say to that, we're all guilty of it a little bit. And that's, it's really difficult because this game is so different, is so in depth, and that's why I like doing like the treasures tier lists. Bring it back up. That's why I'm interested in doing this and highlighting what they actually do at the different things, because people don't read. And people, like, for instance, the Soul Seeker's Torch. Well, people say it's a shit artifact. Well, it's not, right? Attack HP, all damage dealt. And at the bottom here, 90% like life steal. Ignores 30% of target's dodge for 2 rounds, 50% max HP when it gets a kill. So, like, it's... Oh, Filtrum, I don't know, Brad, to be fair. I know you mentioned it. I didn't check. So, like, there's different things that people just don't bother reading, because there's so much. I mean, look at this. This is fucking abysmal. Look at that. I had to change my whole layout for this one bloody artifact. So yeah, that's why, like, sometimes I think when people watch videos, if you're the type of person to watch a whole video, great. You've just got to bear in mind that most don't. And so you've got to try and keep attention. And I found the quickest way of doing that, like with my event reviews, is like going from slide to fucking slide as quick as possible while still saying what needs to be said. So I'm going to start, because Svetas, funny enough, asked me to do it. So I'm going to do it for him, because he's always been a supporter. I'm going to start doing my account playthrough videos once a week. And what's going to happen is I'm going to do both accounts in one video. They're probably going to be 15 to 20 minutes each. Like, so it'll be like a 40-minute video. And that'll be snappy, just account progress per week. So people like Svet, who doesn't want to watch these streams, people like that don't want to watch the streams, they can tune into one video a week and just see it there. And then see how they progress. But I'll put timestamps in and be like, right, this is the non-meta account. This is the main account. You know, so they can check it out. And then do a chat at the end like I used to do. Because I did pick up on that. Like, oh, do you know what I haven't done? Stupidly. Nope, that's fine. No, it's there. Oh, Randy, I do want to see your Basilisk. I've got to do this. To be fair, bro, it's been 4 hours, bro. I can log into you. Can I log into yours? Is that what we're saying I'm doing? I do want to see it. And Koji, they do need to simplify their descriptions. It's just stupid. It's just so stupid. That's fine, Randy. I want to check it out. Hold on. Loads of pictures from, it's coming up, oh, a year ago today. Pictures of my dog. Let's check out Randy's Basilisk, eh? Right, this is Randy's account. Let's check out his super cool Basilisk he wants us to look at. It's only an A-, right? It's only an A-. He is saying it's amazing. And he is saying that I'm really gonna want to see it. Prezi, the gnarliest awakening bonus stats of all time. Well, it's got to be a GKD. I would hope it's got skill damage as well. Oh, it does. It is the god roll. Yeah. 100%. That's exactly what that's exactly what you want. That's perfect, isn't it? 92 million attack. 500%. I suppose you got Dauntlers. Yeah. Crit attack. Oh, you run crit attack. But you run okay. That is a perfect roll. Like literally, that's if you could hand pick the stats, that's what you'd pick. Madeline, nice. I hate that skin because she makes it look like everyone else. Our accounts are exactly the same, except you've got Natalie and I've got Madeline. Apart from that, it's exactly the same. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Isn't it funny? I suppose the thing with Basilisk is that the team kind of writes itself, doesn't it? Sylvie and Wukong, Queen, Melissa, and then a sixth. So you've gone Natalie, I've gone Madeline. Though, who's Madeline going to replace in your team? I don't presume. Is it Natalie? It's going to. Sean's peaked. His interest is peaked. Seven, 6. Listen, I'll get there sooner rather than later, right? I'm not that far away. I could have a 4th Destiny hero now. And I could have a 5th very soon. I've actually got the Destiny materials. I think I'm definitely straight. No, I've got enough cores. I could Destiny someone tonight if I wanted to. But I'm not going to because I want to know whether I'm going to do Madeline or Sylvie. I actually feel like Sylvie's the smarter play because she's going to be his tenant for God knows how long. Randy, all you needed was me to do it, bro. Don't worry about it. I switched loads of stuff up there. I switched all the stuff up to get you that dub. You don't worry about it. Next time any of you need any... I'll leave that one for Randy. I think I'll leave that one for Randy. I think I'll do. I think I'll leave that one for Randy. Should we try it maybe one time? Just to give him a bit of advice. Do you know what I definitely haven't done? I definitely haven't activated core. Because I definitely haven't. Randy, make sure when you go back on your account you activate your core because I've logged on the PC. It won't. The purple lines, you can't do this without me. The purple lines are Queen's counters, aren't they? From Queen's Guard. Fucking pop. Pop for me. You fucking pop and you pop now, you bitch. It's just fucking easy, isn't it? Excuse me. What's that Sherlock doing? Yeah, easy. Listen, guys, if anyone else out there wants me to help them clear campaign, I am free all week. I log on, I do it all for you, and I don't charge. So I just feel like that's the value that you can get from following me. I am a pro. I give advice to all the top players. It is what it is. Randy, that was a very nice Basilisk. I'm very happy I got you past those horrendous waves in Void campaign. Do you know what? I was about to say I'm jealous of your Basilisk. he was hard stuck. I needed to change so much of his team. What did I get? I didn't get skill damage. Effective being healed. Listen, I ain't re-rolling it. We're keeping that till we die. Basilisk does. Basilisk, honestly, I honestly think when it comes to it, I think we'll be sitting here and we'll know this in 6 months' time. I think we'll be sitting here and saying that Basilisk is one of the meta heroes. I just think it takes a long time for the community to get over it and say that. Leaf, to be fair, if you didn't mind me doing that, to be fair, I offered before. I felt so guilty. If you want me to, I could do that. Are you talking about, which ones are you talking about? Are you talking about I doubt you're talking about basic facts. You talk about, have you done your Dark, your Aspen, and your Vulcan accounts? What are we arguing about? Yeah, to be fair, I'm surprised Ali said that. Ali might have said that because he's already got... Yeah, you only need to T1 Betty, because obviously the whole idea of her is her active, and you only need T1 to go for it. Leaf, yeah, I'll figure something out for that, 100%. Paco, I thought you'd left already. I'd already said goodbye to you. I didn't realise you came back. You can always come back, though. Doesn't matter. Yeah, so why they need... That doesn't increase speed. Trees don't increase speed. Do they? I don't think so. Yeah, speed doesn't get impacted. Okay. See that, Pack? Yeah, but bear in mind, she doesn't need to do a speed because it's procced at the start of the battle. So as long as someone's quicker, that's at least if someone's quick. Yeah, but Maisie, I think you misunderstand. I don't listen. I'm not. I think you're misunderstanding the point of it. I don't. You would get her to. Yeah, as long as you have someone. Well, the second I hit Betty, she's going to do her active. She's going to do the stun anyway, isn't she? Because it will push her. It will push her energy up. Koji, what's your name on here? Yes, as long as she has 100 energy, either the first time you hit with like a demon bell or something, or the enemy hits you, that's when she does it. That's why she only needs to be T1. Am I just being fucking crazy here, Coach? Why can't I see ya? Ah. Let's have a look. I should probably have ran Elena for this. Bear in mind I know already what you're running. Ah, stunned her. She didn't get to do it. And I'd also probably suggest, I don't know what the overall power level is, but I'd presume I'm a higher power level. Yeah, Randy. So I got lucky with the stun round 1. But Maisie, he's not incorrect. Unless you can make Betty quicker than the opposition, then the speed's irrelevant. Because the first time that they attack you, or you attack with a Diembo or whatever, then you proc anyway. And they're not going to shed that till the end of the round, so you're still going to get your active off on the people you've done. So I don't get why you'd need her to be really quick, personally. I'm not saying that. I'm sure no, and I don't want you to think I'm not turning around and saying I know she can be, but if you want her for damage, there's other heroes that you'd use. But I like Betty. I've got the Betty core. I've just, to be fair, I do need to build Betty back up so I can clear Void Vortex, like easily. But yeah, Basilisk beast. But yeah, should we look at Finn? Finn would smash us up. Finn would smash us up. Beat up Bagrat. Should we fight Randy? Randy, we're gonna fight her. You didn't even ask to be fought. Right, that didn't go very well. I've done some damage. You're not ready. I think you're more than ready. No, do you know I don't want to fight Kay? Because you'll fight Kay and lose. You'll never let me forget it. Let's try Kay. Let's try Kay. Yeah, as I say, and PvP is... He didn't manage to get off. Sorry, I'm running at 1 time speed. It's a terrible habit I have, but we've messed up his Basilisk. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And now Basilisk is taunted. Okay, he didn't get to do anything, which is obviously good. I didn't even get to round 2, so I didn't even get to see Basilisk do his damage. Pavel. Oh, Pavel would trash me. Yeah, and I'm not gonna, Maisie, it's one of those things. I completely get what you're saying, but I do agree with Koji. It's more about an opportunity cost. Obviously, if you DT a hero, they're going to be better than when they're not DT'd. The reality is with Betty that you don't have to DT her to get the effect out of her. She's and even if she's out damaging your main DPS, it's either your DPS has been locked down or they're not built properly, because otherwise Betty won't out damage them. Yeah, and that's a crazy. Why do you think PvP is important for free to play? Because you're going to struggle, aren't you? Or you? I get it's nice to get the crystals, but I think you're going to struggle. I think you'd struggle to do well with people. But I say you struggle. Awakens, but that's early game. Once you get to mid late, depending on what you consider mid game, you're really going to struggle to challenge in PvP. But if you've got Betty and Wukong, yeah, free to play in the big leagues, like impossible. Because you just, even if you have a fully optimized team, you're going to get absolutely outpowered by people with massive treasure trains. It'd literally just be impossible to do it. But it's not. Yeah, I say it's not. It is kind of impossible. Betty and Wukong will only get you so far free to play PvP, but it's very good up until the mid game. But once people start destinying heroes, yeah. Randy, that's bullshit. You're still gonna chow down on that Taco Bell. I really hope you do, Maisie. And it's one of those things, right? It's fascinating. I'm only using information that I've accrued from other people. So if you manage to prove it wrong, I'd love it. I just would. So yeah, I it's not that I want us to be right and you to be wrong. It's just, yeah, 9 pennies. Azrael's would be interesting. Right, let's look. We were supposed to do 4 tier lists tonight. We've done 1. We need to do this one. And then I'm going to call it a night because I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I'm fucking starving. I didn't know if the stream was going to go well. It's actually been like really good. I've really enjoyed tonight's stream. It's really nice speaking to the same people. But it's also really nice having the new people, mainly because they have different queries. So it's been quite fun talking to others about their accounts and stuff like that. And obviously fantastic that we've got Neo Hats and Panda as the new members, which is great. But let's try and do the first E5 tier list within reason. I mean, to be fair, I don't think we'd use them. I need to look at them more. Nosuke you could do. Oh, Gloria I don't know enough about. Sylvie you could, but it'd be abysmal. I think KB could be a sleeper pick. I don't care what you guys say. I don't think there's going to be anyone down here that you'd even remotely want to pick. Even as like a bit of a joke. Koji, I've just never used that. I've never seen anyone use it. So, do I think that she'd be good? Yes. But it's also like, because of the translation stuff, it's hard to actually know. And I'll show everyone what I mean in a second. Here's me turning around saying, "Oh, I'm gonna do the tier list." I'm fucking lying again. Here's what I mean by that. For those that don't, and again, I don't suspect most of you do know what Gloria does. Why would you, right? But Gloria, yeah. So, one, she attacks the target with highest crit and reduces it, which is okay. Is this magic bubble? So, whenever an ally takes damage from basic attacks or active skills, inflicts magic bubble equal to 400% of attack damage to 3 random enemies. So, it doesn't say that this is limited to one attack. So the way I look at it, if you're a multi-hitter and you're hitting 6, say all your team get hit, you're firing off 18 magic bubbles by 400% attack. That's when one person's attacking you. But I don't know if that's how it works. I don't know if it's limited to. It doesn't say it's limited to 1 per round. I don't know. And it also has a 25% chance to stun. That's a passive. And then our active deals damage to 4 random enemies, reduces 20% attack, which is nice, and inflicts a 1440 magic bubble. So that's tanky. Again, with a chance to stun. So, like, I feel like she could be super strong. Like, outrageously strong. But I'm not going to turn around and say she is, based off me reading that, because I've never seen anyone build her. And yeah, and we can't trust the translations. So, I don't know. I think she's super cool. I do think she's cool. Optimal basically has 2 people. Basically. Because it's Eloise and Holmes Young. I just disagree with that. And this thing, if it's going to be my tier list, I think I can safely say, fuck everyone else. Is there any point in even putting them in the tier list? Or should I just do that? And then just put them here and just make the point. Yeah, Maisie, that's the thing. I don't know whether I'm going to put like a star under certain things, because the light and dark all just depends on getting food. So when I started the accounts around anniversary, you had Wukong in one of the shops, and I was buying him. I can't remember what shop it was for me to be buying him. It wouldn't have been Relics, but he's super strong as because he's just a better version of Garuda, right? No, but SP, I think, but he's not. He's difficult to build. He's an excellent first E5. He's a better Garuda, and Garuda, yeah, Alter. I think it was Alter Maisie, but I can't think of why I'd have that many stuff to Alter. Yeah, but SP, I just think he's difficult because he's light. He's not he's a good he's brutal. I had him at 6-star, wiping teams out because of his follow-up attacks, and he's active. I think he's more fun. She's meh. I like the idea of Sylvie. I didn't like. I didn't like the actually using her as a first E5. This isn't the actual ranking. This is just me putting them in like a because like Waldeck, bro, and I got ripped for saying Waldeck before. Fuck that. Waldeck is an absolute tonk, mate. Absolute freak beast. Any hero that can hit hard and heal is going to do great as a first E5 because they're going to be virtually unkillable until they get bursted down like in one hit, at which point all the others would also get killed anyway. They're just overly strong. I mean, people didn't like me saying Waldeck because he's only building to 9-star. Like, yeah, I know. But if we're saying who could you use as your first E5, definitely you could use him. Ithric was definitely optimal. Again, falls under the same thing as Waldeck with the healing. Yeah, he is. Holmes Young. And I prefer Holmes Young as a starter because he transitions into your next team better. Could you do Ada? I have to check up Ada. Ada's just sitting there for the time being. And Natalie's... I don't know what she's like as a base hero. Listen, we'll keep the ones we're not sure about here, so we can go and research them. I know Ada's really strong. I like Ada. I don't know what tier she'd fit in. SP. See, look, I'm really happy you've said that. Going back to the game. You're right. But two things. You can run two of them. Right? So you can run a sacrifice Waldeck. And you can run him as a proper hero. We'll briefly go through. So he's got crit, precision, control immunity, attack HP. Really nice passive boosts. He's basic attack. Bleeds 3 random enemies, dealing quite a lot of dot, to be fair. That's significant, that's good. When he dies this, but obviously we don't care about this because we don't want him to die. He's active, deals 1000% of attack damage to 1 random enemy, and an extra damage equal to 30% of target's max HP, caps at 1500%. Restore self HP equal to 100% of total damage dealt. Bleeds all enemies, dealing 800% of attack damage for 3 rounds. Grants 3 random allies Blood Frenzy. When a hero granted with Blood Frenzy is attacked by a bled target, increases self-attack by 15% and restores 20% of lost HP. So he basically just becomes very difficult to kill. But yeah, people use him for his death passive, but that's not all you have to use him for. Like, you can use him. Emily. Mate, Emily is... that's why on my tier list. Emily's in niche. I'm going to set up a separate category and explain what the categories are for my actual tier list video. Emily's a solid hero, like 100% a solid hero, and I feel like she's the type of hero that when you're in between heroes, or you're prepping 10-star food or whatever you're doing, you might as well build her because you'll get some use out of her, and then you'll feed her. But yeah, I think Emily's viable. Someone said earlier about Rosa, and I looked at Rosa, and it's been a while since I looked at Rosa, but he's got some abilities, man. He's not complete and utter weak sauce. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to cut all the images down and split it all properly. SP, to be honest with you, like you've got, for instance, and I'm tempted to do a video on that. In fact, I was thinking about it the other day, and then I didn't. Right? Nope, not this one. Cool. Right. Thank you for that video idea. Yeah, there you go. What Randy's just said. Oh, bless you, coach. But you got heroes like Gru and Queen who do very specific things. Queen reduces crit. Gru reduces attack when he's hit. And other stuff. But even like Sigmund can do some bits. We talked about Valentino earlier. Oberon's obviously strong. So yeah, heroes that, again, you'd only build them to 10-star. You'd eventually use them as food, but you can build up, certainly get over Steel Land 20 with these as support, and then just see how far you can push, then use them as food when you need to. But you might as well make useful heroes. Because I had a tier before as useful. On my old tier lists, I might change this up from fun to useful. Because niche and useful are different. Niche is more like cheese. No, is it? I have to think about it. I have to think about what the tier is going to be. But I feel like, yeah, this is fine. Because before I didn't have elite, I had essential, and I had these guys in essential. All of these in essential. But they're not essential to every account, which is why I don't feel like essential is the right thing to put there. I feel like elite is the right thing to put there. I also don't like the word solid, but I do like the word solid. But I feel like there's a massive jump from elite to solid, but maybe there's not. Niche and fun, I feel like, could be considered the same things. And I might not put food on the tier list. I might have a page that says food with all these heroes' pictures there and say, this is the food tier. Because they don't need to be here. So it means I can make these pictures bigger. I could do that. I have the facilities to do stuff like that. What's happened here? Yeah, but Maisie, the problem is with that. The problem when you do that is you get people say, "Yeah, man, you like," and so, yeah, you're right though. You are right. I could do that, but it takes 2 seconds, and I could use that as part of the preamble. But you're not wrong. I did do that in my first tier list. I said any hero that's not. I think I did. Of course you are. Of course you are. Yeah. I'll have a think more about the tiers themselves. Certainly the trans. I'm happy I've discussed this with everyone because, yeah, I think having 3 different ones makes sense. V4, Tree 5, Destiny, or Nirvana. First E5, I can do this one myself because I think this is one of those that's subjective. First trans. Yeah. And the thing is, sometimes people are stuck in the past, Randy. I've had a massive rant today, not on stream, about Golden Crown. I just don't get it. I don't get why people want Golden Crown. It's not a good artifact, I don't think, compared to other things you can pick. But that's a personal opinion. And no one had a particularly good Discord with me about it, so I don't believe you, Koji. You've lied before. Right, everyone. I've been doing this for 4.5 hours. It's been a fun stream. Like it's been good. It's been good to speak to some new people. Obviously, the oldies are back here as usual. It's fantastic seeing. Yeah. But no, it's been really fun. I've enjoyed myself. Thursday event preview will come out. I think I might drop a video Wednesday. I might. No, Maisie, absolutely not. That's what I disagree with. But yeah, it has been fun. I've really enjoyed myself. I hope everyone else has enjoyed themselves. If you haven't, I don't know what you've been doing here then. I hope there will be swap, Coach. I hope there will be swap. So yeah, we'll see. Make sure you check out the event preview Wednesday to see all the information. But yeah, anyway, guys, I love you all. Make sure that you stay safe. VH out.